So let's start with the small changes that I made to the ranch. I have warp depots set up. I have one here for the stony hens. And I have one over in the cave here. I can actually show it off over here. Over in the cave here is where I put the other warp depot. I have it here, and that's where I'm putting the briar hens. Because these guys weren't outputting as much as I wanted them to. So I have the warp depots there now. And I have ultimately decided to make this archway area into like a coop area. So we've got the briar hens over here. And then I put them in the pink warp depot and then feed them to the boom baddie largos. And then I've got the stony hens down here. Put them into the gray. And then I can have them fed into the... I'll have them in the auto feeder. And any spare roostros that I get, I just automatically am going to be tossing those into the place where the tabby hunter largos are, because the stony hens and the roostros are a favorite food of that particular largo combination. So that should work out nicely for them. They seem to be keeping up with plort production. And then I just have the sea hen coop here, right next to the angler flutter largos. Simple enough. I did come up with one more suggested change for my Slime Rancher 2 suggested changes list. And that is having some way of keeping the chickens from like launching out of the coop whenever new ones grow up from being like the babies to adults. Because when it starts to get a little more crowded, when the smaller ones grow up into adults, they launch anything that's on top of them out of the coop. And that causes more escapes than usual. And you would expect from having it be like, if it's really, really full, then you could expect them to like spill over the sides. But having them just straight up launch out of the top, I don't know if that's intentional or not. So that's something I feel like would be worthy of suggestion. So I have that set up. I have the same stuff going on over in the ringtail area. So nothing really new to show off here besides I have a place for warp depots now. I'm actually using them. It can seem to be a major issue right now for a lot of people. Yeah, that reminds me. We should go check on the Chickenpocalypse in the Starlight Strand and see how that's doing, because I haven't touched it since the last time. Did you see the corral was filled to bursting with the hens? Mm-hmm. I also saw Nick Popovich's reply saying to dismantle it, just to watch the chickens flood everywhere. Oh yeah. But it looks like we're behind on our communications. This happens whenever I do my off-stream farming, because I think we get a certain number of communications per day. When multiple days pass, we get a stack of messages. So let's take a listen to what we've got going on at the comm station. Beatrix, I need a data point from you. I'm running an experiment on the psychological impact of gift perception. Please tell me which of the following feelings you experience. Gratitude, joy, or perhaps hunger? Please do not consume this gift. Oh, blue teleporter. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'll use it somewhere. Maybe I got you a gift because I don't know. Anyway, I hope you like it. Or don't. Whatever. Got me shroom. Thank you, Mochi. Very cool. Oh, Labi. I brought you something that might be nice to have out there. But if you already have one, I can't return it, so... the more the merrier, right? Oh, we got some poppies. Lovely. We can go decorate some things. Hey, Bee, I know it's silly to work. I know it's silly, but I worry about the hard work you do out there all on your own. So I sent you a little care package. Hope it gives you a little extra get up and go. That... ooh, 2 bushels of grass. Much appreciated. Oh. Oh, Bob has returned. Special delivery. Rock slime in there this time. Have great chickens. Ooh, rainbow lumps. Intriguing. Also, I don't know how many empty slots we have in the comm station because it won't let me scroll past Bob or Victor. But I can assume that we have at least 3 other characters that we're gonna meet here. I can't remember. I think this is everybody from the first game, if I recall correctly. But yeah, we've got some decorations now. Let's see. Probably put the. Let me think about it. Where do we want to put this? We have this little table here. We could put we have the ability to make poppies. Okay. Install some azure grass right here. Ourselves a little bit more of that. More of that. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. The other stuff feels more appropriate, maybe down toward like the puddle slimes. So we'll hold off on those until I need to go back and check on them. But one thing I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of just do a quick run through of where I usually go to get world resources, just in case anyone's curious. I'm not gonna pick any of the stuff up because I want to just do a quick run through of the whole world and then come back and do upkeep because these guys need upkeep pretty regularly. So I usually go down here and over here for deep brine. Run into the cave here for deep brine there. Sometimes some jellystone here. It's a pretty decent spot for jellystone. There's a few different spots that can show up along this cavern here. That's a nice place to go get some. Then there's a little bit of jellystone potential down here. I think I've seen some there. And then up here, sometimes jellystone spawns up here, I think. I don't see it too often though. I run over here. Sometimes there's some jellystone hanging out around here, sometimes up here. I also find some of these jars just kind of around. That's a little nifty too, if you need stuff. And then I like to pop down over here, because there's deep brine along here. A few different spots you can find it along here. A pretty decent spot for it. There's 2 spots right there. And then I think there's occasionally some jellystone down here. Then I pop over this way. Sometimes there's jellystone in there, I think. Then up here you can find some resource nodes, usually jellystone, along these walls here. There's a spot for deep brine out here. And if you happen to be looking to get to the far side of the Ember Valley over here, you have that teleporter, you can also just chain from here if you want to. So that's always fun. And then I run back up this way. There's more deep brine spot up there. Up here's some deep brine. You can see how much deep brine there is available here. You can find a lot of spots for it along the coastlines. Then I usually just run up the middle. Sometimes there's some jellystone over there by these rocks. Sometimes there's some over here by these rocks. I just run back up the middle. And then I head up to the hill. Sometimes there's some jellystone in here. And I did find a strange diamond here once in that corner. So worth checking. Up here, sometimes there's jellystone hanging around here. Tends to be a pot here pretty frequently. Sometimes there's two. There's a spot for jellystone right there. And then here you have a couple of options of which way you want to do things. Because I have the teleporters, I've changed how I run through here. But usually what I would do, what I used to do before the teleporters, is I would deposit all of my resources here. Then I would run through here. Sometimes there's jellystone in this cave. If you run up here, sometimes there's jellystone hanging out up here. Down here, over on that little area, and over there are some deep brine spots. Then I usually just kind of take a peek over here because there's a jellystone spot up there. But I usually don't go too far into that area yet. Because then what I do is I go to the Starlight Strand and do the exploration here. Now, since I have the teleporters, I've changed what I do. Instead of going straight into the Starlight Strand, now I also go explore. Like down here is a jellystone spot. Down here, I think there's a deep brine spot there. But like a cave, some jellystone potential here. And then I run down this way toward the Ember Valley teleporter and just check all of the different side areas. There's some jellystone here. I don't know too much about whether there's resources out in the danger zones or not. I haven't really found a resource spawns to be an issue to need to go there. So you can find some deep brine down there. Occasionally there's a jellystone deposit there. And then I usually just check down here. Sometimes there's a deep brine deposit there. Up here, there's sometimes jellystone up here. A couple of them right now. This is where you can connect back to the Starlight Strand if you want to. There's jellystone up there. And then I usually just double check down here. Deep brine spots there and here. And sometimes there's a jellystone kind of tucked away back here in the corner. That's all the different places I kind of check in the Rainbow Fields. And you can get a pretty decent number of resources that way. You will definitely not be hurting for deep brine or jellystone at all if you just kind of run this place a few times. Next up, Starlight Strand. I like to check the tree up here behind the portal immediately because sometimes there's something up there. Why did I just get 20 bucks? I have no idea where that money came from, but thanks, game. Appreciate it. Just in this area, mainly keep an eye on the trees early on. Because like over here, sometimes you'll see some of those wax or honey hives just kind of hanging around. Here seems to be a pretty common spot. Like here or here. Oh, the game's lagging a little bit. Just a little bit. Golly, I can only imagine why that would be the case. Let's go take a detour real quick. Oh my god. There's so many chickens now. This is with no intervention, by the way. Yeah, there's a lot of chickens. We're just gonna ignore that. Back to resource collection. But yeah, you see, they just spawned in. So sometimes you'll see a node up here, and that'll just kind of exist. And then one over here as well. These are pretty common spots for some of those to show up. I'm gonna run through here. There's a possible spawn for it up in that tree. And I don't know if this tree ever spawns any, but just peek around the corner here. Sometimes there's a hive up here, sometimes there's radiant ore deposits. So just take a quick peek back there. Sometimes there's a hive up here, radiant ore can spawn around this stone pillar. Stuff can spawn down here too. Hi. And if you can get up to it, sometimes hives spawn up there as well. So this area is a nice little spot to find a few different nodes. And then I just kind of move over into here. Sometimes there's something up there. This area is pretty good for finding some of these hives. All along these different branches and stuff. You can find some there, you can find some spawn up here. Like all these different areas where there's like cracks and stuff. All these different branches can easily spawn more of those hives. So this is a pretty good spot to come to find some of those hives. I haven't seen any real resource spawns in this open area in the times that I've come out here. So mainly just keep an eye out for, you know, drips coming from above you. Check out the little occasional sandy area, because sometimes you can find some silky sand. On this area, keep in mind, sometimes there are some hives that you can only really easily see from the lower area. So there are some up here, but keep in mind there are also some that might spawn down below. Kind of harder to see from up here. I usually like to take a peek over there and see if there's any silky sand in that little area, but it doesn't look like it. Well, you never know. It's kind of tucked away back here, so. And then because I have this area unlocked, I usually take a peek in here real quick. Just kind of run up into this area. This area's got a few different spots if you just look around for some radiant ore. So there's a spot there. I believe there's a possible spawn back here somewhere. Here the ore would be above me. There are some spots above you as well when you first come in. There it is. There's one up there. I believe there's also one, yeah, right here. So a few different spots for radiant ore here, if you want to try to find some. I usually just kind of pop in here real quick for that. Get my energy back so I can sprint again. And then from here, And here I usually just go... I ignore that other cave for now. Go back up here. And then take the flight across here. You get up top. And if you come here at nighttime, this is a good first spot to come get the moonlight dew from these flowers. So there's one here, and then there's another one on the other side. So those are the two that I noticed the most immediately. I feel like there's a third one right here. So if you come here at night and you're lucky enough to get them before the pink slimes do, you can grab some of the nectar here. So that's handy. I usually take a look over in this direction first, because there's one hive that hangs out here sometimes, but over here across the gap, you got puddle slimes, so you can get some puddle plorts pretty easily. Got a bunch of different spots for hives to show up. And I can't remember if there's any specific resources up there per se. Yeah, it looks like there's some radiant ore up there if you're willing to go up there, but there's easier spots for it. Yeah, I usually go up here, grab whatever hives are around. And then I personally like to head over in this direction first, especially if it's nighttime. Hi, I have nothing to throw at you. That's gone already. I usually go this way first, because there's the occasional hive here and there. Puddle slimes, so you can get some pretty easy puddle plorts if you really want to. Just grab some along the way. There's a spot there, and then also here. You just grab some free puddle plorts, pretty straightforward. And then I believe, yeah, there's one nectar spot here, if you manage to catch it. Now, I usually don't worry too much about this lower area, to be honest. I don't really ever go down there. I feel like there's other places that are easy enough to look for silky sand. I don't really worry too much about that. Sometimes there's a cheeky little radiant ore hidden back here. This can be a pretty decent place for nectar if you get your timing right, because there's a few different spots for nectar that exist around here. Different radiant ore spots here. You can kind of jump out here for this if you want to. Not a whole lot out here. Not really a whole lot down there, I would say. Hive up there. There's a nectar spot. A couple nectar spots up there. A couple of nectar spots here. Another hive and nectar spot up there. And then if you head over this way, there's another nectar spot here. And sometimes radiant ore shows up down there. Another nectar spot here. This is a good place to get a lot of nectar. If you come over here and try to grab it before it falls, before other slimes can eat them. So there's one there. There's one up on top of that tree, way up there. And then I run through here, just keeping an eye on the trees. There's another nectar spot up there. Just tend to keep an eye out on the trees in case there are any hives, because the hives are usually pretty obvious to spot. Another good place to get puddle plorts if you can kind of find your way through the visual effects. Usually not too big of a hassle. Wax just laying on the ground, may as well grab it. I don't know if resources spawn down here or not. I've been checking, but I haven't really seen anything spawn down there. Got another hive there. Sometimes the hive spawns up there. Another nectar spot in that tree. So there are several spots to grab nectar. That area where the ringtail Gordo was is probably like the center of, like centered between all the other areas that have good nectar drops. So I haven't really done too much nectar collecting, so I don't have a good sense of what's the best way to go about doing that specifically. I just kind of made note of where those spots are. If I happen to get some nectar along the way, that's cool. Once I get to this point, I don't really have an exact routing. I just kind of look around to see if there's any hives hanging out around here. Just looking up at the trees mainly. Once you get over here, I'd say probably go up this way. And then check over here, up these steps. Sometimes some radiant ore is hanging out in here. Check the corner too. That upper corner does spawn radiant ore sometimes. And then once I come out to here, head over this way. Looks like this one actually has 2 hives. I'll take them. Why not? I'm gonna generally check. I don't think there's anything out here really. Doesn't look like a super detailed area. The thing you can do here is just kind of hover over and just look to see if you notice any silky sand out by the shoreline areas. See if anything is like readily apparent. Not always something out here, but I feel like it's worth checking. And I come down here. Sometimes there's some silky sand over here. A spot there. And then occasionally there will be one of these little clay pots back here. Grab that too. And then from here I take the geyser back up. Sometimes there's some radiant ore there, so keep that in mind. One spot that I don't regularly check is there's like that tall cavern underneath where the flutter Gordo is. I don't really check that. I haven't checked that recently, so I don't know if that's a good spot to find anything. So might be worth checking. And then usually I check through here just to see if there's any hives and stuff hanging around. Sometimes there's some stuff hanging out up here. Looks like there's a hive over here. Moment. Just check out this little kind of area. There's some radiant ore hanging out there. So then what I like to do is make my way back over here toward this kind of like this tree hub area, and then head back over toward where the big open field is down here. What I like to do is I like to take a run through this cavern. This is right. Okay. What I like to do is I like to peek back here. This is where I go. Peek back here in this little area. Sometimes you can find some radiant ore hanging out in here. There's just some different alcoves and things where it can spawn. Check like over here. Check back in this corner. Those kind of places. There's even a hive right here. Once you're done in the cave here, I usually go out this way. I did find a strange diamond here once. So that's a spot to check for strange diamonds if you're looking for them. Then I usually come out here to this flutterplort door. Out here, And then I just run down this way and keep an eye out for any silky sand deposits. There's some different spots along the coastline here. Don't have any hens, so there are a couple of silky sand spots in the little cavern underneath here. If you want to check down there as well. Running over here. Ooh, it must be close to those chickens. I can feel the frame rate dropping. I'm gonna run over here. I see some silky sand right over here. Then kind of check around there. And then we run over. You'll find a couple of pieces of radiant ore around here sometimes. There's one. Let's see where else. Yeah, run up here. Sometimes there's some silky sand up here where these guys spawn. Sometimes there's some silky sand and I think radiant ore down there. So check that spot too. And we run back down this way. Let my energy recharge. Because I think one of the better places to find silky sand and some radiant ore is over here. This little separated island out here. Some radiant ore over there. I usually try to get some height and just look at this place from above. Because I have found radiant ore like right here. In kind of like a tucked away spot. Silky sand. They just kind of do a little flyover. It's usually towards the outskirts of the island more. Just kind of run the perimeter here. Check these little back areas. Sometimes the resources are a little bit hidden. Sometimes there's radiant ore just hanging out on that ledge there. Then from there, I usually just run back up here. Just double check if there's anything up in the tree here. And then I usually take the teleporter back to home. I did hear, I'm pretty sure I hear some radiant ore up here as well. That's another spot you can check for. It is right up there. While you're checking the hive, you may as well check that little spot for radiant ore as well. It's generally what I do for the Starlight Strand. Now I think I've been away from the ranch for long enough that I should probably do some upkeep. So, no, there's a lot of worlds to kind of go through. But if there's one thing to kind of take away from me running through all of this, there are a lot of resource nodes out in the world. So, and they do shuffle their spawns occasionally, so even if there are some pre-existing resource nodes, I think eventually they do despawn and then spawn somewhere else. So you don't have to worry about boxing yourself into a situation where you've found, like, you've gotten all the ones you can find and now all the other ones are in really difficult to find spots. If you're having trouble finding resource nodes, I say just sleep in the ranch house and try to get some new spawns for resources. Because that seems to work pretty well for me so far. I haven't had to worry about it for a while, but back when I had pretty limited access to resource spawns, it was nice to be able to say, like, oh, I can sleep at the ranch and then I can go out and look for stuff again, because now there will be things to look for. So When in doubt, sleep it out, I suppose. Just bear in mind that you also have to keep track of your ranch maintenance too. Because if you're passing more time to make resources respawn, you're also having the ranch stuff accelerated in time as well. So, it's one thing to keep track of. But I'll get this taken care of here. These guys are starting to fill up. Collectors. I've gotten to a point where I am getting a lot more of the different port types filled up in the refinery, so we don't have to worry quite as much about having resources like that. Because look, we're full on cotton plorts, honey plorts, hunter, phosphor, pink, ringtail, rock, and tabby plorts. So we're full on quite a few plort types. Pretty much all the ones that we've had since the beginning of the game, more or less, we're full up. But since I'm not really regularly making gadgets with any of this, it's all just going straight to market. So I've definitely been getting more money, which I also haven't been using very much of. So we're up to almost 40k. And the other ports are coming along pretty well too. Things that we haven't had access to until a little bit later in the game. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. And I figure these guys, I'll probably start, I might... You know what I'll probably actually do? I'll keep the gray warp depot there. But I think over here, where's the feeder? The feeder's over here. I think what I'll do is I'll have this be where I put the blue warp depot, and I'll make a sea hen coop over in the chicken coop area. Because these guys having roostros doesn't really make sense either. So I'll make that change as we go. Yeah, I'm just making some tweaks to my strategy as we go along. And I'm sure I'll have to make major changes down the line once we get more content updates. Because we'll have different slimes and different resources. I may have to reevaluate how things are laid out here. But in the meantime, this works pretty well for what we have available at the current time. So I figure no sense in making too drastic of a change here. He's taken care of here. Just take care of this here. Let's see. What everything doing? Everything's still going? Okay. I just like to check occasionally, make sure that things are still, you know, operating properly. Everything is all good. Take care of these. These are getting produced some more. Okay. Drop the crystal ports off in here. Yeah, crystal ports are coming along pretty nicely. Boom ports are coming up as well. I might end up switching over the ringtail slime area. I think is the most often changed for me because I'm basically trying to use it as a way to boost up the production of the whatever plort is farthest behind. So I think Baddie is going to be up next, which means I'm going to have to actually grow pomegranates, which I think I prefer that. I might just keep it at Baddie from now on, so I'll probably do that. So when we go to the Ember Valley, let's remember to grab let's grab a Baddie slime while we're out there. My chicken issue is the air fryer not cooking it quick enough. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. We do have very different chicken issues. But, hey Toon, welcome on in. How are you doing today? So you have 999 of a plort in there. No way to get them out if they aren't used. Correct. Anything that you put into a refinery stays in the refinery, and you just use it for creating things in the slime science lab. There's no way to extract the resources from the refinery once they're put in. And that's why I'm storing my gold plorts in a silo instead of putting them in the refinery, because I don't need to use the gold plorts for anything, and I'm definitely not swimming in resources that heavily that I would need to be able to just max out the gold plort count in the refinery, because that's a lot of gold plorts. Slimes are already a rare enough spawn rate as it is. Let me pull out, I think 10 of these guys should be fine. Let's toss some more of them in there. Yeah, I'll come back and deal with these guys once we're done in the cave. This also gives a demonstration of my usual routing here. So let's see, I need to grab mangoes here. I usually like to pull them off the tree too, just to make sure I've got everything. Okay. Looks like I'm full, so we'll pop these in here. Then we'll take the leftovers here. Then I usually take the leftover fruit and put it in the incinerator for my fire slimes. These guys are usually pretty consistent about dropping 12 plorts when I come in. These guys are doing much better now that they're on an auto feeder. These guys used to be kind of lacking in their production. But it seems as though I found an adequate solution to solve that problem. Let's get those. Let's grab these. This is what happens when I'm away from the ranch for too long, is it takes a little bit longer to manage the upkeep, getting all the collectors emptied out and all that sort of stuff. Not the worst problem to have. Would be nice if I had a market link here though. I haven't found a market link. I wonder if it's in the game, if it's one of the 4 remaining treasure pods that we haven't found yet. Wouldn't be surprised if it was. If we do find it, that would be really nice. Would be incredibly useful to not have to run back to that central area every time I want to sell plorts. How close are we on boom plorts? Oh, we broke 900. We're getting up there. Yeah, I want to switch the ringtail over to the baddie plorts. Obviously, I would do it with the fire slimes if they could be crossed, but I don't think you can cross fire slimes with anything. I think the same is true of the puddle slimes because they're a unique slime type that requires a specific, you know, specific world-based feeding, I guess. Like, you can't feed them a resource. They need like a specific plot to be in. So, like, fire slimes are fed by the ash created by burning things in an incinerator. Hey Jay, welcome on in. How you doing? Let me do this real quick while I'm thinking of it. Get everybody their shout-outs here. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? How was Among Us last night? I saw things were getting a little suspect over there. I'm doing pretty well. I think we're full on these types. Yeah, okay, so we need to sell these. Pull these out of here. So much sus, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not the type of person that really particularly enjoys Among Us, mainly because I absolutely hate playing the imposter role. Not my favorite territory to be in. It just doesn't vibe well for me. I'm not usually a big fan of when active deception is my goal in a game. Not really my most comfortable territory. Playing as a crewmate, that's fine because I have my tasks that I'm doing and I can just kind of focus on that. That is the game for me. Imposter? Yeah, not so much. Ninja was imposter 7 out of 10 times we played. Yeah, that sounds like what happens to me. I don't want to be imposter, so it's like, great. This is what I wanted. Yeah, sometimes the RNG for the rolls is just not as balanced as you would hope. But I suppose if you know how to spin it right, that in itself can be part of the mind game of being an imposter. It's like, there's no way you could be the imposter a 4th time in a row, right? Let's see. Get 20 of those guys out and then leave these in here to check and make sure none of them escaped. I think we're all good. Roosters have gone elderly though. There's only 2 of them in there. We'll see about that. So now, put the briar hens in the pink warp depot, and anytime I go into the cave, just feed the briar hens into the auto feeder. And I finally found a use for these, which is really nice. All right. Hesitant to build a coop here because if any of the chickens from that upper coop launch into the air, they more easily could land inside of this coop, and then it starts to get all like mixed up and not neat and clean. So I'm gonna put the other coop here. This is where I'm gonna put the sea hens. So let me get the upgrades for this. And then we'll bring some sea hens in here. And my standby amount is just 20 of the chicken type and then 4 roosters. That's how I tend to go about it. Looks like I'm gonna need to temporarily pull some out of the storage here. That shouldn't be too big of a problem though. Then these guys will do their thing. Now I'm not sure what I want to do long term with the elderly chickens and roosters. Like, I'm not sure what I want to do with them because I have a few in the different coops, but I'm not sure where to take them or what to do with them. So that is what it is for now. I think I have some in the silo next to the incinerator just as like an emergency fuel source, but I've never needed it. I produce enough of the mint mangoes that works out totally fine. But I think what I'll do here, I'll leave these guys alone. And where do I want to put this warp? Oh, I guess I could put it over here. We'll put the other side of the blue warp depot here. So when I do get the sea hens, I can put them here and then just feed them straight to the angler slimes. That should work out. Should work pretty darn well. Alright. Next thing I want to do is, while I'm going over into the next area, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna feed all of the hens into here because I've got the other coop set up now. So I'll just give these guys a nice layering of chickens to kind of play around with for now. I'll leave these guys here. I guess I can toss them in too. That's not a problem. Toss these guys in here. I'll go put the roosters away in the silo though, just to make sure that's maxed out at 100 still. May as well do that. Then what I can actually do over here is, since these guys don't have roosters as a favorite food, I can pull those out of there. And then temporarily pull some of the stony hens out of here. Leave them out. Leave the other ones in here. And we'll start raising the stony hens here too. These are right nearby, so I figure that's probably a good spot. Probably the best ones to have, since I can just pull any extras out of here and go straight over there with them. It's kind of my thinking. Okay, now I need to pull one pomegranate out of here. What I'm gonna do is run over here. How are these doing, by the way? They're filling up. Filling up again. What a surprise. Oh yeah, this is almost completely full. This guy really produces a lot of plorts, so you got him on the auto feeder. This is just one ringtail largo. This is just one, and he is out producing 4 largos easily. Tanuki tail though, absolutely. I'm pretty sure it's based on the tanuki because in the daytime they turn into a stone statue of themselves. I think the only reason he's not is because the corral has a solar shield, which protects the slimes inside from any effects of daylight. So phosphor slimes won't disappear because they disappear in the daylight, and these guys won't turn to stone. So I think that also helps to keep them active more regularly. Also, I love that mischievous look on his face. He is a mischievous type for sure. Any of these? Yeah, we're gonna be pretty much full on boom plorts after this, so we're already full on ringtail. So we don't need any of that. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to have all these guys, and I'm going to have them all be in the corral for now. We'll just toss them in here for now. And I'm not sure what I want to do. If I want to keep the silo or not. I guess I may as well keep it. I'm not really using it for anything anymore now that I'm going to be having the... No, I guess I could just get rid of it. I don't really need it for anything. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm not gonna really need storage here until we have drones, I would think. Maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out. But the thing I want to get going here is garden with the pomegranate, and we get upgrades for it. So that it's growing nice and strong, because we're gonna replace this guy with a ring-tailed baddie largo, and the baddie slime likes the pomegranate fruit. It's its preferred food. So, just dump the rest of these in here. And we'll dump the rest of these guys in here. It'll take a little bit, but we'll do it. Should have plenty of food, because... And if you look around this area, occasionally you'll find, like, a jellystone deposit up here. That's a thing that you can find here. Sometimes there's deep brine down there. So even on the ranch itself, there are a couple of spots in the expansions where you can find some of the natural resource spawns. I don't usually go out of my way to find them though, because there's so many other spots just in the normal game world that you really don't need to go out of your way to find the different jellystone spawns here or anything like that. If you know where to look for them out in the main world, then it's usually easy enough to get enough of them. We'll dump these in here. And we're full on ringtail plorts in the refinery, so we gotta go sell these. But I can at least take some of the other boom plorts with me. I need to run back here real quick to grab the other ringtail plorts, because oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We've got a lot of them. The man's almost completely filled up the collectors, so... This farm looks much larger than the first. I'd have to look and see, like, space-wise how they kind of compare. I mean, we might actually get to that today, considering how much we have left to look at in the game is not a ton. Let's see, we need 24, so just half of these. Yep, okay. It should be full. But yeah, the area does feel larger. Not entirely sure if it is or not, since I haven't actually gone and, you know, looked at them side by side to kind of feel out how much space they actually contain. But it does feel larger. For sure. Nothing else. Like even if it isn't actually larger, it definitely feels larger. These need to fill up some feeders. Oh boy. It's just the juggling act. Maintaining the ranch is a juggling act, because look, these guys are already like a third of the way full again. Their collectors is just a lot to keep track of. Let's see, was there anything else? I think that was it for now. Now I can run through what we usually do in the Ember Valley, the route that I usually run for resources. So let's see. I usually run down here to kind of get out of this main area. I don't usually explore this area too much. I usually am here for a few specific resources. This area I don't wander around quite as much as the Starlight Strand. I come up here and then just kind of take a look around this area. Sometimes there's some radiant ore and oil deposits around up on these ledges and stuff, so just kind of take a look around down here on the ledges. A little peek back here too. Never know. Different spots for stuff. Seems like most of the spawns are probably off to the side right now. But then I usually go over here through the Valley of Fire. Just check all of these different spots for like this lava dust. Lava dust, I think I might have the least of that resource, other than the strange diamonds, of course. This area is usually pretty good about having some good spots for. Here's some oil spot up here. A place to get briar hens if you need them. Over here you can also occasionally find some hives up in the trees. Interesting. Yeah, just take a flyover of the area. Check any of these like fiery spots. Just look for lava dust resources like that. There's a few different spots for it all around here. I don't really have this place like very exact, but down this way you can see a few different spots pretty easily from here. So chickens are immune to lava, confirmed. They can just chill out in there and not get damaged at all. Yeah, just some different spots to find lava dust. Some of these trees have hives in them occasionally, like that. So you can keep an eye out for that as well if you so choose. There's some more lava dust spots over there next to that geyser. Up here, find some radiant ore. And then here I have this return portal in case I don't feel like going back around. Once I've come up through here, I usually double back, and then let's see, I try to remember which cave entrance I go into. There's some radiant ore up here as well, in case you want to find any. There's some there. I'm trying to think. Whoa, baddie tabbies actually look kind of cool though. Kind of spooky, but pretty cool looking. I usually go through here. Yeah, I go through here. So if you go through here, once you've fed the baddie Gordo, you can go through here. And you have a nice little shortcut into this cave area. You can find some more lava dust onto the sides here. A few different lava dust spots. There's some here, some down there, one right there. You can also find either radiant ore or sometimes a strange diamond you can find in this little spot here. So that's another spot to look. Let's see, anything else down there? Sometimes there's like a clay pot down there you can find. Sometimes there's oil over here. I'm grabbing the oil because I don't have very much of that, I don't think, compared to the other ones. But then you can circle around through here, head up this way. Sometimes there's a clay pot back there. Oh, hello Radiant Ore. How are you doing? There's a spot up there. There's some pomegranate. If you want to grab some, you can find some here. Yeah, only the best physics. Yeah, chickens just being completely immune to lava is great. I think everything's resistant. Everything is immune to lava except for you. Like, you yourself will take damage from being in the lava. I don't think anything else does. I think even tar slimes are completely immune to the damage because they're only weak to water. So that's fun. You can find some radiant ore around this little cliff area. Sometimes over there. Now, this area over here behind the waterfall is a pretty consistent spot for radiant ore. You can find some here. You can find some here. Clay pots spawn there. You can find some radiant ore up here. Sometimes back there too. So definitely a decent place to check for radiant ore is in this cave. If you come out here, I have never come up here and not seen oil. So pretty sure oil just consistently spawns up here. I'm convinced of it at this point. Every time I've come up here after a new resource spawn, I've always found at least one oil node up here. Usually 2, sometimes 3. So this is a good place to get oil if you need it. Also, you know, little slimes. Good place to find them too. Another one of their natural spawns. You can see some radiant ore down there. And down there, so this is a pretty decent spot for some radiant ore if you're looking for that. I usually do a pretty general flyover just to see if I spot any silky sand at all. I see some radiant ore right there. But I don't usually go out of my way too much in this area. Some more radiant ore. I don't usually go out of my way very much in this area. And I've seen radiant ore over there, I'm pretty sure, but I don't really see very many resource spawns over here. So I'm wondering if that's potentially being saved for future content updates or something. If they have a different type of new resource that's gonna spawn over in that like ancient ruins type area. Some radiant ore up here. Just kind of taking a look around over there. But yeah, this is where I usually just, there's some radiant ore there. I usually just drop back down and then radiant ore coming out there. And usually just run back to the portal from here. If you're looking for another spot for briar hens, there's a nest over there that they can spawn from. I think there's a silky sand. I think you can find silky sand over here on the little beach side, on the opposite side over there. But I don't really go over there at all. I don't really find a good reason to. You could find some radiant ore down here in this little area underneath the teleporter as well. Yeah, that's generally where I tend to go when I am looking for resources. I just kind of run those areas. So, not a super comprehensive look at like every possible resource spawn location in the entire game, but that's just like generally where I kind of run when I'm looking for resources. I figure most of what I do in Ember Valley is looking for resources kind of specific to the Ember Valley, and then checking those, you know, better spots for radiant ore and oil, and occasionally looking for the silky sand as well. But I'm mainly there for the oil and the lava dust. In any case, I need to take care of switching this guy out for a baddie ringtail. So, what are you doing? Dead. That's what I thought. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this guy in here. I'm gonna take one ringtail port out. We're gonna put this guy here. We're gonna take this guy out. We're gonna let him... There's your demonstration of him turning into a stone statue of himself during the daytime. We're gonna let him be free. Run free! Run free, little ringtail. You'll wash up on another shore, and you'll be free to live your life elsewhere. So, with this guy, I'll just let him go through all the food that is currently here. No sense in, I guess I can take these guys out of here. No reason to let them sit around being all not useful. Well, I'll come back to you. Let's grab the boom ports out of here. Those are done. Okay, I need to... over here and grab these. Got a good number of these, so that's handy. I'll just dump some in here. Just dump them all in here for now. Huge deal. And then... yeah, okay, we'll do our regular maintenance run now. Eat. Oh boy. Get these all sold off here. Those are all full. We can put the puddle plorts in the refinery. Let's see, we had these excess roostros. We can dump those in there. Briar hens I'm gonna drop off once we get to the cave. One of the roostros must have already turned elderly because it's not here anymore. Go grab these. Let's... got all those, okay. Gotta fill the auto feeders too. Yeah, the only time I've really noticed the game lagging at all is when there's too many chickens. So that has been happening more regularly on the ranch rather than anywhere else. Except for obviously that one place where the chicken apocalypse is happening in the Starlight Strand. A lot of chickens. I'm curious to see how far it's gonna go without intervention. We grab all these. Immediately go and sell them. These are already all full. No room in the refinery for them. You just go sell them. The marketplace. Get ourselves a good amount of money. We're almost up to 45k at this point. do real quick want to... I think we still got an upgrade for the dash boots out in the world somewhere, and a tank guard by the looks of it. But I want to build this blue teleporter. Just get that fabricated. Let's see. That take away... Okay, that took away 30 rock plorts. Thankfully, we haven't gone to those yet, so we can go fill those up real quick. Definitely have enough. That's the way out. I want to go up. In fact, we're heading up to the rock slimes next. What's that? Defeat them. Okay. Let's see. Let's get the rock quartz first. He's taken care of. And I will say having a maximum capacity of 50 of an item per slot is really nice. We're producing more quartz. I'm gonna grab those. These guys seem to be doing pretty well on their production. Also have to make sure to keep up with the warp depot over there. We're getting a good amount of money off of this. We needed 30, so we should have 12 left. Okay. And then just make sure I'm not going to overfill on any of these. Yeah, that should be fine. Just drop these off in here. Yep, simple enough. More, okay. Sell these off, and then it looks like Twitch is gonna run an ad here, so we'll let Twitch do that, and then we will be... Oh, see how this happens? See how they just spontaneously escape when the chickens grow up? For shame. Alright, I'm gonna clean up the chickens here real quick while Twitch is running an ad, so we will be right back. These guys cleaned up. Let's see. Also, go the rest of them into the 2, 4. Don't know how many are in there right now. It looks like 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 6. You're moving too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. So I'm in there. And we've got enough roosters to do that. Okay, welcome back everyone who's coming back from the ad break. We're shoving the stony hens in here. Just putting them all in there because we almost ran out. Almost ran out of our bottom layer here. Still working on that repopulation project. But now we're all good to head over into the cave. I think I've got about these stony hens in there. Couldn't really keep track of them easily enough to really be able to count with confidence, but I'm pretty sure we've got that many. If not, then at least it's super close. It should be within, you know, like 3. Maybe within 3 chickens. I think Radiant Ore can spawn in here as well. There is at least one spot it can spawn in. Something. Maybe it's Jellystone. I think it might just be Jellystone, but there is a resource spawn in here. So there's the mangoes taken care of. Just shove all the rest of them in here. Yep. Rest of the forts here. Yeah, fire plorts are the one I have the least of. That's because I only have the 4 here. Puddle slimes I have twice as many, so they're like about a little more than twice as far ahead, especially considering I pick up some of the plorts out in the just in the world itself. So let's put all of these in here. Let's take the ones out of here. Always put the extra ones back. So now that's fully filled up. Now we're in a good place with these guys. All right, we're getting everything kind of like fine-tuned here. I think we've got things pretty well figured out on the ranch by now. We'll see how that pans out long term when they add new content. We'll see if we need to do any shuffling around or if we'll just kind of add on to what we have now. But for the time being, I think we got things pretty well set as far as the infrastructure of everything. Dump all of these baddie plorts in here. Everything else should be full. Yep, okay. Okay, so we head on out of here. Just have a minor bit of lag. Nothing too crazy. Sell the rest of these off. And once we're done with this upkeep, I want to go start doing thorough explorations of the Starlight Strand and the Ember Valley. Try to find these last 4 treasure pods, because those treasure pods are out there, and I'm hoping that one of them have the market link, so that I can set up portable stalls to sell the different plorts at. I don't have to run back to this area every time I want to sell plorts. Especially now that we're getting full on most of the plort types. I'm definitely going to be selling more than I'm going to be putting things into the refinery. So I'm gonna want those market links pretty badly for convenience. So hopefully one of the treasure pods we find will be a market link. It would be really nice. But who knows? Won't know until we find them. Any weapons escaped? Nope, looks like they're all good. How many do we have in here? A lot, as usual. Okay, that seems to be how many? 5, 10. I think there's enough in there. 2, 4. Those. Keep the extra one. I need to put them in here anyway, so I can just count them up. In here. We'll just count them up. So I want to keep 20 and 4. I guess that'll be the 20th one then. Be fine. There were 19 of them in there, which is a pretty good estimation on my part that there were roughly 20 in there. Low. Stony hen escape. One stony hen escaped captivity. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm worried about. That they'll just kind of casually no longer be in their coop. Which is why I gotta keep an eye on them and just make sure that they doesn't get filled up too quickly. So let's grab these guys. See how many we have here. Just have the one. It's a briar chick. How'd that get in here? How did that guy get in here? That guy should be in here. See, like, how did he end up in there? Where did you come from? Where did these guys come from? 2, 3, so we'll just... How many do we have? I've already lost count. Okay, we have 25. So that would be 20, so get rid of 3, leave those 3. 4. Dump these guys in here. And then we can just drop off the extra roostros as we kind of run by. Could be a problem. This guy didn't make it in. Okay. Now we head to this side. Still got a bunch of briar hens in here. 6 IRL chickens, I couldn't imagine this many. Yeah! A lot of chicken. This is already almost full again. Gravy. This guy really pops off on the pork production, it's ridiculous. There's just entirely too many to deal with. Thankfully, I've been keeping up enough that we haven't had any collectors actually get completely full. Because that just starts to get a little bit messy. Just a little bit. I'll take care of these at least. And I can go sell the other ones. But yeah, look at that. Batty plorts are now basically caught up. Now they're basically caught up to the other plort types. Just from, you know, one round of collection from the ringtail largo. Yeah, ringtail largo is a pretty nice way to get a lot of a particular type of plort if you really need a lot more of a single type. You can just feed it the favorite food of that type. Because man, I have trouble keeping up with just one largo. If I had more in here, we would start to eat each other's food, which would be kind of difficult to deal with. But I can only imagine how much plort production they would have at that point. Entirely too many. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put the 7 there and have those, and then I can fill these up. I'm gonna start auto-feeding the actual food. Actual favorite food. I want that to be on the auto-feed timer. Then we can go drop off the briar hens over in the cave real quick. Just to get them out of the way. These guys are usually good about dropping 3 each when I come back. So I can get 24 more from the puddle slimes. No problem. Just find where they all kind of hid. They like to be in different spots. Yeah, there's only 1 largo in that corral. That's the thing that's really crazy. Because they eat more frequently. Because these guys will eat whenever there's food available to them, I think that kind of boosts how frequently they will eat when they can technically produce plorts. Because they'll eat even if they can't produce any plorts. So they're just constantly eating, which I think just ends up with them producing more plorts naturally. So yeah, that's just 1 largo in there compared to, like, even here, I have 4 largos and I'm feeding them their favorite food all the time. And they don't produce nearly as much as that 1 ringtail largo. So if you can get a ringtail largo crossed with something and feed it the favorite food of that crossed over type, You got some pretty decent plort production for sure. So that's why I've been using them as a way to kind of like catch up the other plort types. The ones that aren't quite as filled up as the others. Because, boy, he catches them up real quick. I go over there and it usually ends up being that there's like 80-some, 90-some plorts just hanging out in the collectors. And it's like, dude, I was away for one area of exploration. How did you get them this full already? Let's get this filled up. And then just toss the rest of them in there. Okay, now we are full on briar hens over here, so now I can also toss those in the incinerator if I need to. Just to make sure that the excess doesn't get out of hand. Alright. So now I think we're all good. These guys are only up to 24, that's probably enough. Take these guys out of here. Start putting them in the auto feeder. And that is right here. Usually use the auto feeder on this one, so remember that it's here. Nice and conveniently located. We'll do that. Okay. Alright. Now I want to start looking around for the treasure pods. So, using our handy dandy little portal here, we'll just head straight to the Starlight Strand and start looking around. Now I gotta be really thorough, because there's only 2 treasure pods left in this entire area. And I'm actually going to see if I can get a map that doesn't have any spoilers on it if I can. No, I don't see anything easy, so I'm just gonna... I was thinking about marking up a map just as we kind of go. I guess what I could do is zoom out, get the whole area in one shot, and then just take a screenshot of it. And then crop it down so that it's just the map area. Well, I guess I shouldn't crop it just in case there's stuff off to the side I'm not really aware of. Let's see. This is the Starlight Strand map. I want to mark where the treasure pods are that we have found if we come across them again, so that we can kind of try to go by process of elimination, see what we've already found, and kind of suss it out by treasure pod density, if that makes sense. Just kind of see how closely clustered they are. So I'll save that, and then I will pull it up in another window here and just start marking it up that way. And do Starlight Strand map. Mark up, yes, okay. there's no undo button on this. I'm gonna open this in a different program. Let's open it with... Let's see here. Let's kind of take it area by area. Zoom in a bit further. I'll just kind of have it here where I can see what I'm circling. I want to circle in red. Or you know what I could do is just make a nice big dot. I think I'll do that. Let's see. I want to make the brush size much larger, and then I'll just place a nice bright red dot over any spot that we find a treasure pod. So we've got a nice little map over here. We can start looking for treasure pods now. And you know what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to start with the... I'm gonna start with the reef area. It's like tide pool area over here. Because I feel like, once again, I feel compelled to search this area first because it's the area that I've explored the least thoroughly, I feel like. Plus I know where a couple of the already open treasure pods are. So I can start doing process of elimination right away. Get up here, see if there's anything sneaky hidden up here. Would be quite an out of the way spot to put something. Does not seem like there's anything up here though. I don't see anything up here, so let's head down, start looking around. There's a radiant ore spot right there. Okay, let's start with what we know. Start with the ones we know where they are. I know there's one over here. I'm just gonna make sure that when I go over here, I want to stand like right on top of where the treasure pod is, so I can try to mark it on this map as accurately as possible. So it's like right there. It's like right there. And I wish there was a way to make that stand out even more. Like even this red doesn't feel like it stands out quite enough. Can I really not make the brush size any larger than that? I guess I could make a circle around it. Figure out how to do that. Okay. Alright, I think I've got it figured out. I can make a circle. I'll just make a big yellow circle around it. How about that? That should stand out well enough from everything, especially since this area's got pink. I think the red might blend in a bit too much. So we've got a treasure pod there. We're just gonna start taking this down by process of elimination. Because I don't want to take anything for granted here. So we've got one right here. Hanging out right in that little area. Put a circle right there. Okay. We've got a couple of areas circled now, so that's 2 of them marked. Still got 20 more left to mark for this area as far as the ones we've actually found. Nothing down there. here's another one that we found. This one's right here. Put a circle there. Okay. It's 3. Let's see here. Where else was there another one we had found? Here. Oh, we can definitely get up to some very tall places. Pretty good overview of the area. No sign of any other treasure pods here, though. And here. Let's see, where else was there a treasure pod hanging around? I think there was one in the cavern down here, probably. Yep, here's one. Let's just mark that right here. Right around that gap. So, circle there. Make that circle a little bigger. There we go. Okay. I'm starting to get a bit of a picture here. Nifty, nifty. Get up there. I'll go back around this way once my energy's recharged. These guys real quick. There's also a treasure pot over here. No, okay. I want to make sure. Okay, that's that one marked. Let's see, where else have we not? There's radiant ore. Here's a treasure pod that we already found up here. That's something we got to be careful of too, is that on, like, two-dimensionally speaking, these treasure pods are like right next to each other on the map, but spatially they are vertically distant from each other, and they're in two separate kind of like areas. I see that silky sand out there. That makes me a little suspicious that there might be something out there, because if they're putting a resource spawn out there, that's definitely a place they expect the player to go. Hi. It's definitely a place they expect people to go. But I don't know if that means anything for treasure pods, or if that's just like a little extra bonus. I'm not seeing any treasure pods out here. We'll head back. There's this ledge here. Get out of here. Get up here. Take a look around, see if there's anything obvious. I don't really see anything. Nothing really sticks out to me here. These rocks are very bright, though. Anything up here? The spot seems kind of funky. What's over here? Oh, I think we're getting closer to the, yep, the chicken apocalypse is right around the corner. I think I will wait to go over there. What is this little area about then? What is this little spot? I don't see why this is a place you can be. I don't know, but I know there's a treasure pod in the chicken apocalypse, so we have to go in here for a little bit. There is one over here. Oh boy, it's... game's chugging a little bit. Let's see, that's right here. Put a circle there. Okay, that gives us 6 spots that we've marked so far. There's also some hives that can spawn up here as well. So since we've explored the whole reef area, let's go back to the standard track, away from the absolute lag city that is over there. I could reduce the lag if I wanted to, just by yeeting the chickens into the ocean or something. But at this point, I'm just like, I'm curious to see how far it will go. How far will it go? Ooh. Frame rate hit every time. These chickens are doing something. Ooh. Chickens, please. I'm actually curious, like, I'm curious how this is going. Wow, okay. So standing here, Slime Rancher is taking about a third of my computer's CPU. So I think it's just from trying to deal with having this many entities all, you know, behaving individually at once. I think that's why the chickens lag the game so much. Boy. That's lag. It hasn't gone full slideshow on me or anything, but ooh, it is noticeable. Get back up here. Head over this way. I know there's a treasure pod over that way that we got. I just want to check and make sure there's no other ones on the way. I think it's just this one over here. Now we'll mark this. One's down here. And that is there. Okay. Circle there. Okay. We're at least getting a sense of where the ones we've already found are located. So we can have some idea of where to look, potentially. I guess I really should be like going through each area, just properly checking it thoroughly anyway, though. Just if we find one that we've already found before, then we mark it. Because, oh boy. These treasure pods could be in a lot of places. I'm really looking around. If I can spot these at all. Okay, so starting here, I don't see any really like hidden spots for a treasure pod to get me out. I'm not gonna worry about the tide pools just yet. We'll come back to that area. I just wanted to get the ones that we knew marked. Let's see, is there anything up here? Around this corner, around back here. Don't see anything. Apocalypse is still happening up there. Don't see anything on these ledges. Nothing really in the cave. I don't think there's anything in the cave besides this one we already got. Mark it on the map though. Wow, okay. So this treasure pod is literally directly on top of the same location as the other treasure pod. So it's actually in like almost exactly the same place. So I'm gonna have to double ring this one. This one's a little bit more up way. We actually have an overlapping circle right here. Just because the one above it is so close to the same horizontal position. Interesting. Anything over here? Not seeing anything out there. Oh, more radiant ore though. See anything down there. I know where another treasure pod that we've already found is located though. I believe there's one in here. Yep. We can mark this spot. That's right there. Okay. Where does that leave us on how many we've found? So that's 9. It's 9 spots we've found. I think there's any other, well, maybe up the top. Try to get some verticality here. Just have to go over this way more. Can land on this one. Nice. Let's see how far up we can go. On this? Yes, I can. Can I land anywhere up here? I'm gonna wedge myself up here. My energy recharge. No idea if there's actually anything up here, but may as well check. Don't know how well hidden these last couple of treasure pods are going to be. I may as well check all the different areas they could possibly exist in. And I don't think we're going to be able to rely too heavily on the density idea. Because if we can have treasure pods that are, as far as the map is concerned, literally on top of each other, then I don't think that it's gonna help a whole lot on the density idea. But we can at least get some idea of, oh, okay, if there are 2 treasure pods that are really close to each other, we're probably not gonna shove a 3rd one right there. You can at least have some idea, but it's not going to be as much of a shoo-in as I was hoping, because here's another situation where it's almost exactly the same spot. Almost exactly the same spot. That's the last one, so this double circle is going to be a little awkward. But it is what it is. At least it gives me an idea of where they are on the map. So yeah, I want to get the one that's in here. This cave has got a decent number of radiant ore spawn potentials. definitely make sure to take a look around in here if you're looking for any radiant ore. There's a treasure pod here. And that is... Where is that located? That's down there, okay. Circle's too small. I need to make a bigger circle for you. Okay. So that's what, 11 of them now? I don't think there's anything in here. Seems like a potential expansion for when they release more content. Who knows? So we have that treasure pod up there. Then we head back up this way where we came from, exploring. This looks beautiful though? Oh yeah. The areas themselves are really nice to look at. And you're definitely going to be seeing a lot of them since you're going to be, you know, out here gathering resources from the world, looking for treasure pods. This game gives you a lot of reasons to explore the world, so I think it really works to the benefit of both sides. The world is nice enough that it kind of makes you want to explore. The exploration, like what you're exploring for, also kind of feeds into, yeah, you want to explore this world. You don't want to just take it for granted and skip along, doing only the necessary stuff. Like, you want to look around a bit more. Remind me of Fortnite? Of course they do. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, hello, Nectar. Let's grab a couple of these since we get the chance, and we can get another spot right here at the base of the tree. It's more toward the center. Trying to get this circle in the right spot. There's something. The exploration looks so chill too. Yeah, it is pretty chill. It's even more chill if you don't have the feral slimes and the tar slimes enabled. If you have them disabled, it's definitely a lot more chill because you don't have to worry about basically any threats at that point. Yes, the first game did have a jetpack as well. And it functions very similarly to this game. They did make it feel a little nicer in this game though. When you jump up, usually you just hold the jump button and it kind of activates at the peak of your jump. In the first game, you kind of dipped back down a little before it lifted you back up. This game, it's a little more immediate on the feedback, which is pretty nice. It feels a lot nicer. Use the jetpack, which is really good. I was kind of hoping that would feel nicer the second time around. Thankfully it does. Okay, I want to head over this way because I know that there's a treasure pod up there that I need to mark. Yeah, once you get the jetpack, exploration does become a lot more accessible and casual. You don't have to worry quite as much like, oh, do I have a safe place to land? Because you can kind of course correct yourself in the air if you really need to. That's very handy to have that option. Let's see, this one is back here. That's 13 spots we've marked now, I think. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep climbing up here for a little bit and see if we can get a better vantage point. Oh, there's a slime statue up here. Oh. Just kind of chilling out. I can't reach that high. Let me work on trying to see if I can get around here, perhaps. Yeah, I can get up here. There's nothing to really see up here specifically, but you can see the conservatory from here. All off in the distance and blurry. Get the field working its magic here, I suppose, but yeah. The fact that you can see the conservatory from here, that's pretty nice. And the Ember Valley. That's a nice touch. You can like see the general area from other places in the world. No treasure pods up here that I can see. So I'll just gently hover my way back down. And I think check out the cave next, because I know there's treasure pods in here that we need to mark. I think it's over here. Yep, there's that one. That's like right here. I need to mark that better. Better circle line up right around there. So pretty, yeah, it's like it looks really nice. And that's the thing is I'm glad that I'm happy to see how far they've come from the first game. Because the first game's world was nice, but a lot of it did feel very walled in. There weren't too many very open areas to kind of look around and see a lot of things. This game gives you a lot more sight lines. You can kind of see farther into the distance. Like you don't get many places like this wide open field in the first game. But in this game you get a few different places that are like this, and then also being able to see the other areas pretty clearly from like high vantage points. That's really nice too. I'm trying to remember if there were any other treasure pods around here. Pretty sure there was at least one in here. Right? Yeah, one over here. One here. That is right there. That. Then is there one over here as well? Or is that just... I'm trying to remember if there were any other treasure pods off in this direction. I don't recall seeing any on... I don't have any marked over here. I'm trying to remember if there's any good areas they might have hidden a treasure pod around here. Peek around here, because there weren't any on that little island out there. So there's nothing out there as far as treasure pods are concerned. So what else could there possibly be? Because I looked up there and I didn't see anything up there either. It just makes it easier to get to that Flutterplort statue. I am moderately suspicious of those other islands, but it doesn't seem too much like they really want people to get out there specifically. So let's head over this way, I suppose. Is there anything over around that corner? See anything over there down below. Let's go up here, start checking in this direction, because can go down here and just make sure this area is all clear. This area I've not been to very often at all. I think I've been down here maybe a couple times. I know there's a treasure pod closer to the end area where the angler Gordo is. I'm pretty sure there's one over there. But I just want to double check and make sure there's nothing kind of like hiding out here. Don't really see anything. Pretty sure there's one in here though. Yep, here's the one inside here. So let me pull up the map again and get this area marked. It's like right there. Okay, how many do we have marked right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Looks like 16 we've marked. So we've already almost found all the ones that I had previously located. This almost looks like a place to find something, but it's not because just barely touching the water. Just barely touching the water will immediately mess you up. Barely touching the water. That's all it takes. But we did some scouting down there. Does not look like an area they really want you to go to. Thankfully, we didn't lose any nectar because we had our tank guard. That's handy. Unfortunately, passing several hours means that the ranch now needs upkeep. So, honestly, losing stuff isn't as much of a punishment for me as now you have to make sure that the ranch isn't going to explode while you're gone again. That's really the biggest cost, to be honest. So, yeah, be careful around the water. Even just barely lightly scraping the surface of that water will knock you right out. Even if you got a jetpack. So, like, pull yourself back out. Still kind of funny though that it's like it feels like such a video game character problem to have where it's like, oh no, my tippy toes touched the water, now I'm dead. Now I gotta take care of the ranch again. Oh well. Got a good number of the treasure pods marked now, so that should help with our search. I was thinking that we might not have enough of Slime Rancher 2 left to see for all of today's stream. At this rate, though, we might still have to find the other treasure pods on another stream. These areas are definitely a lot bigger than the first game. There's a lot more places to look. There's a lot more ground to cover. Ironically, the thing I lost the most of from getting knocked out was water. I lost 30 water units, which, considering how easy water is to get, is really like a non-issue. Yeah, you gotta keep those tippy toes safe. It's dangerous. I like to imagine, since it's the slime sea, that thought is that it probably just like is it's like it's too grabby, like it's not actually water that you're falling into. It's more like, since it's the slime sea, I think of it as like a different form of slime. So I guess that could explain why you're not able to escape it if you just kind of like graze along it. That would be my thoughts anyway. That's how I would rationalize it. Beyond just being a very video gamey, oh no, my toes touched the water, now I'm dead kind of thing. One more, and then we are full on crystal quartz. So that's another plort type fully maxed out in the refinery. Now we can sell the rest of them. Reminds me I need to sell the rest of the ones here. Because these are filled up with a bunch of them. Oh boy, can't wait till they give us the drone update. I wonder how many updates down the line that's gonna be though, because with each further content update beyond that, they're gonna need to make sure that drones are compatible with each future update. So, considering how much it sounds like they're gonna be adding new things to the game, like things we haven't seen in Slime Rancher before, I'm kind of wondering how long it will be until we get drones again. It seems like we might not see them for a while if they're concerned about compatibility, which I know they are. They want people to be able to bring their Slime Rancher saves through all of early access up to the full release without having to restart the game, anything like that. So that all saves are compatible throughout the early access experience. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Really? Okay, 1, 2. I believe there were 2 chicks, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll drop off 12 of these. And then we'll take the other ones, and why is there a rooster out here? The uprising. Just gonna stash these in here for now. Actually, you know, I should probably put them in the auto feeder. Now that I think of it. What are you guys doing? You're already... Dang, they're already eating again. So, better keep moving. Grab the dash pad. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Lots to do. And here I thought we were going to be out of content with this game. Turns out just keeping up with the ranch itself takes up so much of the time that it's kind of hard for me to get out and explore for too long, especially if I dip my toes in the water for too long. Let's grab these. We still have 2 treasure pods in the Ember Valley to go find. Well, I will say this. If we don't end up finding all the treasure pods on this stream, in between streams, I will go mark the treasure pods that we've already found in the in-between streams, so that I can at least have that kind of like settled and out of the way, so that we can properly, thoroughly explore. Because I still don't want to look up a map or anything. I don't want to just, you know, know where all of the treasure pods are. We're only missing 4 out of the entire early access game. I feel like that's not too much of an ask to look for 4 more treasure pods. Let's dump these in here. And then the baddie ports are the only ones that we really need to add in. The other ones are full. Yep, okay. So yeah, we can get these out of here. Let's see, there's more. Okay. The rest I'm completely full on, but we need 30 more of the briar hens and the auto feeder. Toss those in. And then we'll go fill up the warp depot in a little bit here. Ooh. We're gonna need to put these in the refinery as well. Oh, looks like we've got more communications. Listen to. Sell these. Sell these off. We've got plenty of money. Oh, okay. I guess it's market refresh time. Watch out for that if you're doing any late night port selling. Right when the new in-game day starts, right at 0 o'clock, however you want to refer to it, midnight, I suppose. The plort market will refresh, and it takes 5 seconds to refresh, it looks like. So keep that in mind. These aren't ready yet. What are you guys doing? Ouch. That is something I'm adding to my list. My list of suggestions for this game is some way to make sure that the chickens don't fly out of the top of the coop every single time the babies grow up into adults. Because they just get absolutely tossed out, and it becomes a real problem. It makes it really difficult to keep the ranch orderly. Like an air net for the chickens, basically. Just something like that, just some sort of ceiling. It would be fantastic. And I understand to some extent why they don't have one. Like, they want to make it so that if a slime comes through, it's like, oh shoot, a slime got into the coop. Like, just make the air net work only from inside. Like, have it so things can still come in from outside. I feel like that would be balanced enough. Also, Twitch is starting an ad real soon here, so I'll just be dealing with upkeep of sea hens. What do we got going on in here? So let's dump these guys in here. And then we'll see how many we have in here and how many we need. About 20. So we just need 16. Pull out 4 more. We'll just have these guys be here with those. It's 4 of those. Okay. Welcome back to everyone who's coming back from Twitch's ad break. I have to keep a net over my IRL chicken run. They fly out all the time otherwise. Yeah, that's the thing. It would be realistic to have, you know, some sort of covering so that these guys aren't getting out all the time, because they're doing it more and more regularly. So it's a problem. It is a problem. Definitely a solvable problem, I would think. Just add 1 more upgrade to the coop. That's a nice little air net you have with these guys. so that you can keep the slimes from escaping too easily. These guys, it's a real blessing because they got mad hops. They can easily clear that wall if they want to. So the air net kind of keeps them held at bay. But hey, you're on a ranch. Animals getting out of their pens is a constant problem. Yeah, but this constant? Every time a new generation shows up, it's just like there's almost always an escapee now. Jeez. Cows on the highway is not an uncommon traffic issue here in Fort Worth. I mean, fair enough. But it still would be nice, especially considering how easily you can accidentally trigger a chicken apocalypse in this game. It is concerning. Because you do not want escaped chickens in this game. Because you've seen the possible consequences of such an escape. And it is bad for the frame rate. This guy's already up on 68. Jeez. Jeez. Already up to 68 of these, huh? Out of here. First game I remember having to wait a while to grow hens. Yeah, that's the thing. First game, I felt like I had trouble keeping up with, do I have enough chickens like actually going on right now? This game is the opposite problem. We have too much. If you're not careful, they will spiral out of control. It is problematic. I imagine that that's probably, if I had to guess, it's a result of them trying to, you know, tweak it back the other way. So Monami gets a report every time my game crashes. I hope they sort out how taxing it is on mediocre PCs. Yeah, I mean, if they're getting a crash report, like when a crash happens like that, it should be able to help them pinpoint at what particular things are kind of leading up to that, to the crash happening. Yeah, thankfully I haven't had a crash so far, but I do have a pretty decent computer at this point. The only thing that's really taxed my computer so far is just having, you know, a lot of chickens around. Because each chicken is a little bit extra CPU load. Game seems to run beautifully on yours. Whenever there aren't an absolute buttload of chickens around, yeah. The game seems to run pretty much totally fine for me as far as I've been able to tell. I've just been testing it out on the highest in-game graphics settings just to see how it would run, and it seems like it does a pretty decent job. So, they have made, like, they did say that they made graphical overhauls with this game though, so it does have higher requirements than the original game did. Which is a bit unfortunate in a certain way, but I understand why. The game world, for what it's worth, definitely seems a lot better off for having the increased graphical fidelity, and also slimes are just more slimy now with the overhauled physics as well. Slimes don't have like a singular rounded shape anymore. They kind of squish and stretch more like you would expect a slime to move. Yeah, slimes don't hold a singular shape quite as much anymore. They feel a bit more like they got that squash and stretch that you would expect, which is nice. Now look at them. Instead of just being like one solid orb all the time, they really kind of like are more bouncy. You can kind of see how they're moving, which is really nice. That's fun. We've got messages to read here. Let's see. Hey B, I found something I was going to throw up, but then I thought, hey, B likes old junk I don't need. I bet she would just love this. You can thank me later. Oh, we got a tree. Why? I never understand. Why is Mochi throwing trees out? Why is she just throwing them away? What is... How do you throw away a tree? How do you throw a tree? Just completely out. Like, I'm taking this tree, I'm pitching it in the bin. We're getting it out of here. Oh. Hi, Bob. Welcome back. Old friend B Bubble. No have for you. Chickens. Hello. No. Okay, thanks, Bob. Oh, Bob, you've become so much more articulate since the first game. You know, Bob really is something else, I gotta say. Okay, so we have trees now. Let's put a tree right here. Look at that, we got a tree. We have more trees. Where else can we put something? What else do we have? Mostly stuff I would want to put in other areas, I would think. Yeah. I also need to get back to exploration now that we can do that. I'm gonna take a nap. Impostered too hard last night. Fair enough. Yeah, that game does take a lot of out of you. See you later. Appreciate it. Bless. I hope you have a wonderful nap and a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate it. Good seeing ya. We're back to the Starlight Strand. Back to what we were doing over here with the whole treasure pod thing. Let's get back to where we were. Do that pretty quickly. Head on over this way. I feel like there's a little bit too much of the terrain that can like throw off your sprint. Feels a little bit weird. I think that's the main mobility issue for me, is just it feels a little too easy to have your sprint interrupted. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this weird collision? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this actually. And then yeah, just save that as invisible collision spot. Let's see, Slime Rancher 2. Visible collision spot. Because I'm pretty sure usually when you're running into something, you can usually see the something that you're running into. In this case, not so much. A little bit funky. But we'll add it to the list. Let's see, I didn't notice any other treasure pods around like this area or anything while I've been running around. We can do a quick fly around over here. I don't see anything down there. So let's head back over this way. Now we can explore the upper route, since I checked down below already. We determined that there is nothing new down there. Here. Gold slime, there it goes. It can go fast. Got some quick movements. Let's see if we can find anything here. Another puddle plort spot up here. One treasure pod up there. How about up here? Find something up here, maybe. Anything over in this little tucked away corner? No. It seems like a prime spot for a treasure pod to be. There's nothing here. Weird. Not sure why they wouldn't have hidden one back here. Like the perfect spot for it. But we'll keep looking elsewhere. See what we can find in other parts of the world here. Don't think there's anything down there. So, oh, hello, goodbye. Head up here. I know there's one up here I need to mark. Grab the rest of the water here. Here. Get this treasure pod marked on the map. Marked on my personal map because the game itself doesn't mark them. I wonder if they'll change that in the future or not. It wasn't that way in the original game either, so that would be a different thing to do. So let's see, how many we have marked at this point? We have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 17. We're only missing 5 treasure pods that we've already opened. Whoa. Those slimes are getting rowdy over there. When I'll see those slimes absolutely zip through the world. Ooh, they got some momentum packing. Trying to take a look around here, see if there's anything else that could be hiding a treasure pod. Not really seeing any other spots for them though. They don't seem to put the treasure pods too far up on these like really out of the way spots. So I'm not super inclined to check these like incredibly thoroughly. These are just such out of the way spots that I don't think they expect people to really try to get up here to begin with. Just kind of fly around here, see if I can spot anything. Don't see anything around here. I want to check around the corner though. Don't see anything over there. Don't see anything over there. And right here. Back up here. Doesn't look like there's anything below the bridge, from what I can tell. Don't see anything down there. Wax up here, I guess I'll just take that. Let's see. Nothing up here. Not seeing anything on these arches. Check back here. Don't see anything in there. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Over here. Let's hover on up here. I'm gonna take the high ground on this area, as much as I can. Maybe there's something up here. See a ringtail slime, but that's not super helpful to me. Oh, there's a second one now. Those guys go down there. I don't see any treasure pods up here. Let's head back down this way and see. Could be one down here that we got already, so I can mark that one. That'll bring us up to 18, I think. That one's right here on the map. Right, got a circle for that one. Yeah, remember where all the treasure pods that we already found are located. We've already found them. It's just finding the other 4 in the whole game. 2 here and then 2 in the Ember Valley. Those are the ones that are going to be the real stumpers. So if I haven't already found them, checking the areas that I would kind of naturally think to check. And I'm going to have to start thinking further outside of the box on that to find these last few. There wasn't any in here, because you can only get that far and there's nothing in there. Except for a lot of pretty colors. Very vibrantly displayed as well. Now, before I drop in here, I want to check across this way. Because I haven't checked up here very thoroughly. There's another radiant ore spot. I haven't checked up here very thoroughly. Kind of take a look around and see if maybe there's something I missed out here. That ledge. Nothing out there though. Any other structures of interest out here? I don't really see any. This is the way out of the secret area that I want to head into real quick. So we'll wrap back around here in just a moment. There's some nectar. May as well take the nectar while it's all dropping out of the trees for free here. Where'd this one go? Did it disappear into the ground? Maybe I've already gotten eaten. Up quartz though. I'll grab these. Yeah. I grabbed a couple of those. It's fine. I'm not here to collect nectar. Just figured I'd grab a couple while they were free and easy to grab. Head on in. Here. There's some radiant ore. There's the way out, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, here's the treasure pod for this area, some more radiant ore as well. Here's this. This one's right here in the little up cloud area. That's close enough. Let's see, are there any other ones down here? I think it was just the one, from what I recall. Now we just work our way back out. Here. And we can circle back around this way. Yeah, this takes us back out. Okay, now let's continue taking a look around, see if we can spot any of the other... Spot a treasure pod somewhere. Get up there. Get some more verticality going again. And we're up here, we've got a little bit more height to work with again. Is there anything around here? Anything at all? I am not seeing anything. Open this way a little bit. Oh, I think we found one. Here's one. Nice. Okay. So that's one of the two that we didn't have. It's a decoration, but I'll take the fact that we found another one. There we go. Now we're only missing one in this entire area. So we're only missing one, and we've marked all but 3 of the ones that I've already gotten. So yeah, we just need to mark... We need to mark 4 more. And find the last one. 3 of those marks will be ones we've already found. Let me take a quick look at my map here. Zoomed out. I feel like there are a couple of areas with unexplored potential that have a low density of circles. So I think we might check those out once I've done a full sweep of the area. It would be really funny if there was just like a treasure pod way out here for no reason. I don't see one out there. So I'm just gonna take a look around here. Here's one that we already had. Mark that. That's just right there. That just leaves 3 markings left. 2 that we found and 1 that we haven't. There's some silky sand. Gonna look around, see what we can find. I'm glad we at least found 1. That's nice. At least we could say we found something. Even if it was another decoration, it's still 1 fewer treasure pod to have to wonder where the heck it could be. I'm gonna go check out this little island over here. See if there's anything around here. Looks pretty empty to me. I don't see anything there. Don't see anything down there. Nothing up here. Open this up, because why not? Because I thought maybe they would sneak one like under here. But I don't see any down there. See any here. Alright, we'll go check the cave next. I know there's a treasure pod in this cave that we need to mark if we haven't already. We did mark this one actually. It's the one right up there. Yeah, we marked this. We came in here before, so ignore that. head back up here. Let's see. Up here. Got more height. So that's where we found one just over there. Let's see if we can find something over here. I'll let my energy recharge. Where else could there be a treasure pod? Now we're down to just one. There. Anything out there? What up here? Energy. What else could possibly have one be hidden? Don't see any around here. Sure there aren't any hidden down in this area. There's nowhere really like completely out of the way to hide it. So where else there be a treasure pot? I don't see any super obvious candidates. I do see some nectar though, so I'll take that. Let's climb up the tree here. I always feel kind of suspicious about these like up high places like the tree. Maybe they chose to hide something all the way up here at some point. But I'm not entirely sure because only certain parts of it are really like properly solid landing spots. So it's really hard to kind of find a place to really land and get my energy back. Let me get up here, let's say. Land in here. The tree is making a slight bit of noise. I think that's just part of the tree. Okay. Experiment. Can I stand on this? Can. Okay. I can stand on some pieces of the foliage. That's handy. Even if there's not a treasure pot up here, I'd like to be able to say that I climbed this tree at least once. Kind of fun. It's not giving me any landing spots. They really don't want me climbing this tree, I think. It makes me feel like they really wouldn't have hidden a treasure pot up somewhere where they wouldn't have the player be able to, you know, actually reach. I think this might be the highest I can get up here. A pretty nice view though. I'm gonna swoop down on this nectar. Grab that. Where else could there be a treasure? Let's see. If I look at my map here, the areas I'm seeing the lowest density in terms of treasure pods that I've marked. This area in here, this area here, and the starting area, just generally, are two very barren areas. Although these islands out here I could also check. Let's head that way. Let's head toward those islands and give them a little bit of a look-see. There are some, like, rocks out there that just haven't really explored that might have something. Radiant ore, I'm not worried about you right now. Let's see. So yeah, basically anywhere from here, more or less, all the way up to the tree is just completely void of any circles for spots that I've found treasure pods. So I am suspicious of these areas having something just kind of tucked away in a mean little spot. I wouldn't think to look. All looks fine down there. Don't see anything out there. Treasure pods don't have any like other indication of their existence. They just are what they are. They don't make noise or play any animations or anything. They're just brightly colored pods. That's basically the long and the short of it, is they're just brightly colored treasure pods. They just kind of exist. Don't make their existence super obvious by any other means. Where else? We can't really reach those rocky areas very confidently. They don't really seem like they have anything to them anyway. Just kind of wondering where else could we look? Where else could we look that we haven't already explored? Back up. I went up here, I looked around up here, and I didn't see anything. And this is like the center of the area that has no circles. And I didn't see anything up here. I would have thought for sure they would have a treasure pod up here, though. It seemed like such a great place for them to specifically hide a treasure pod. Nothing up here. Treasure pods, there's just the puddle slimes and more chickens. Not a treasure pod in sight. Suppose I could also look down this way. Let's see if there's anything. Yo, there it is. Nice. We found them all then. More decorations, but hey, we got them. We didn't even mark the other ones that I had found. But hey. We've got these. And we've got all the ones, we got all the treasure pods here. So I'm just gonna save the map. And I'm just gonna write down, how many do we mark at the end? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 12. So we ended up marking 22 of the 24. So there's still 2 of them unmarked that I have found before. So I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I'm just gonna write down that we marked 22 out of 24. Quick. So let's see, marked 22 out of 24. Have that written down here next to the right next to the spot there. Okay. All right, well, we can close that map then. GG's indeed. Let's where is that portal? That portal's pretty close by. We could just take that portal back. Well, I think I can reach it confidently. Let's just run back to a portal where we know where it is. Come around this way. And go to the ranch. Probably need to do upkeep by this point. Knowing how quickly upkeep needs to continue happening. Then we can start doing the same thing for the Ember Valley. Maybe we'll actually get it done today, who knows? Maybe we'll find the last 2 treasure pods that are available in early access. Who knows? Only time will tell, but we can at least take this portal back. Get real close to the ranch and then just run back the rest of the way. Real close by. Head up here, head up here. Alright, let's get some things put away. Those go in there. Got 4 more pieces of nectar, so that's nice. Put the puddle quartz in here. Alright, ranch upkeep time. Let's go. Let's grab all of these and get to feeding. Lots of crops. Lots of crops. I think all these chickens are starting to hit a little harder. Starting to hit my CPU a little bit harder. Food in there. Toss the rest in. We'll just worry about the 50 that we can carry. Extra 2 is not going to bother me. Okay, so we cleared out 1 more area. Now we just have 2 more treasure pods left to find in the Ember Valley, and that's it. Once we've done that, I think we've done everything that's currently present in the game, as far as, you know, tangible collectibles and things like that. Beyond that, I don't think there's really anything else. So we've just got 2 more treasure pods left in that one other area. Once we have those, it's once we have that, that's it. That's it for early access. In terms of, I guess, what would be considered unique content. But we'll always have a nice chill place to hang out. Because wouldn't hurt to make sure I have all of this stuff, you know, built up so that everything's maxed out and all that. Considering that they're planning to keep the save files compatible with each new content update so that people don't have to start over every time they release an update. So we should be able to theoretically just carry this one ranch through all of the updates. So that seems like how it should work out, based on what they've made their plans clear to be so far. It'll be nice to, you know, invest in this ranch further and just make sure that I have as many things kind of like maxed out as possible, so that when the new stuff comes around, we'll be able to just kind of jump straight into it, not have to worry about gathering resources to be able to access everything. That'll be fun. Although I do feel like when we do get like our official full release of the game, once they consider it to not be in full early access, I will probably do a new ranch at that point, just to see how the new game experience pans out over the course of once they have like the full release out and available. I think that'll be interesting, because as far as when they start adding new stuff in, I kind of want to be able to see the new stuff right away, so having all of the resources at our fingertips to start with makes sense. But when it comes to the full release, when the game is actually fully released, 1.0, version 1.0, I'm curious to see how that's going to look if you start a new game. So, who knows how far down the line that will be. Probably won't have to worry about that for a while. But I figure that's probably where things will sit at that point. I'll just keep farming up to maximum in my off time. Try to max out as many things as possible before the next content update drops, whenever that's going to be. As of yet, I'm pretty sure we still don't have any idea of when or what the next content update is going to be. We'll see how that ends up panning out long term. But if we have any other ideas and things that we want to try in this game, there is always multiple save files, so we can keep this save file intact and all that. Then just try things out on a separate save file if we want to. I don't know if this game has save slot copying, where we could like copy our save from one slot to the other. But if we could, that would be pretty nice for experimentation as well, to just have a backup. I mean, worst comes to worst, I could just back up the save file for Slime Rancher 2, and then if any of our experiments go awry and we want to turn back the clock, we just reinstate the backup file, and nothing lost. I wonder if they have a save file copying function. They might. Let's see how many we need. We need 24. 46. the right amount. Yep, okay. Let's get these batty plorts out of here right now. Almost full on batty plorts. So now the flutter plorts, I'm really not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna mix the ringtail with the flutter because I don't have that much nectar to feed as a favorite food. So I think I'm probably fine just leaving the ringtail as it is, just leaving it alone for now. Not doing any more changes with it. It just doesn't really make sense to do that. I don't really need to change anything about it at this point. I suppose if we really wanted to like get as much possible market value out of the plorts as possible, we just try to change it on a semi-regular basis. Do you see how those chickens fly up in the air when the other ones grow up? It's a problem. That's how they escape. It's the only time they escape. Alright, let's dump these guys in here. Yeah, you can see a pretty clear demonstration of how they managed to escape the coop. Let's see, 5 of these plus 2, that's 7. I need to pull 13, that leaves us at 83. Yeah, okay. Put these guys in here. Try to spread them out at least a little bit. Hopefully they won't do any more escaping like these guys did. I don't understand. It seems like such an oversight. Have the chickens just be able to so easily escape like that. Especially with them being so quick to repopulate. Seems like a real problem. There's our repopulation team. Get those there. Okay, how you guys doing in here? You're missing a roostro, so I'll leave that there. I guarantee you the next time we come back in here, we're gonna find at least one escaped sea hen. It's gonna happen. I can tell already, just based on the number of baby sea hens we have right now, that's gonna be a problem. That's the rest of the roostros in there. May as well put the fire plorts away. Okie dokie. Head on over to ringtail territory. Have all this taken care of, and then we should be all set here, and we can go start checking out the Ember Valley. We can start exploring there, start marking treasure pods. Now, the Ember Valley is going to be interesting because, like I said, it's my least explored area. I don't wander too far off the beaten path. So it's going to be interesting to look around and see where we could possibly find some treasure pods that I haven't seen yet. The other 2 that remain. We are full on batty plorts now, so now all of these are just to be sold on the market. Yeah, as soon as I get market links, that would be really nice. Hopefully one of these last 2 treasure pods is a market link blueprint, because I would love to be able to sell plorts wherever I am. And just be able to, especially for like the ringtail being able to just handle that would be great. Oops, I didn't mean to pick you up, buddy. So yeah, here I can get 12, and then another 12. Ultimately, what I might end up doing is, might put a warp depot down here and make some of these plots into incinerators. Just try to really boost my fire port production, because fire ports are way behind just because they kind of produce at a finite rate, similar to the puddle ports, but with them I at least have twice as many as the fire slimes, plus I see them out in the world more. Could actually just set up, since I'm gonna have excess pomegranates at some point, just like I do with the mangoes in the cave, I could just make this be an incinerator area. That wouldn't be too hard to do. And it's closer. It's closer to the main area, and it's got a food source already perfectly built in. To just become ashes in the incinerator. So, I think that's probably what I'll do. Is I'll in between once this stream is done, I'll probably do that. Well, while we're out exploring the Ember Valley, we could probably just go grab some more fire slimes. How many plots do we have over there? How many incinerators do we need? We have 1, 2, 3 plots we could make into incinerators. Since I like to keep it at 4 slimes per plot, we could stand to pick up 12 fire slimes while we're out and about. We'll see if we find that many. But yeah, our fire port production is in need of a pick-me-up, because it is greatly lagging behind every other port type other than the obvious gold ports. But yeah, we can do that while we're out and about. Since we're going to be exploring anyway, we will definitely be in an area where we come across fire slimes. So we need 22, 42 left over. Those in there. Yeah, we just keep stony hens on the auto feeder, and we throw any extra roosters we have in there. And since they are both the favorite food types of Tabby and the Hunter, it works out pretty well that they'll just keep producing a lot of ports. Got that. Need to get more sea hens at some point, though. I also have a stash of stony hens and a little bit of the sea hens here, just for the heck of it. Before we head off to the Ember Valley, we've got a message from Victor. Trying to synthesize the perfect gift for me. Oh, we got another teleporter. Thank you, Victor. Coming in clutch. I have a lot of teleporters now. I have multiple two-way teleporters. What I'm going to use them for, I have no idea. I figure I'll probably save them for future content, since I'm pretty happy with the teleporters we have right now. Nothing is really ever too far away. The only place I could really think that would be good to put a two-way teleporter would be in the Starlight Strand for nectar farming. Just being able to teleport immediately to where the nectar spawns when it becomes nighttime. Just being able to be right on top of it, that could be handy. But I'm not gonna dedicate anything just yet, because I'm not really using the nectar. I have the flutter slime that eats it mixed with the angler slime. So I'm kind of working around the nectar for now. So unless the nectar is really important in the future, then I don't really see a whole lot of reason for me to really need to go get a ton of it. So anyway, Thoro, what you got? Oh, we can fabricate our own rainbow grass. Thank you. And we have some rainbow grass here. And I think it changes based on what kind of light source is hitting it. Like at night, it's got this very blue-green kind of tone to it. But during the daytime, it seems to have much more like warm, bright colors. It's got a lot more like red, yellow, orange kind of colors that run through it. But before we get into the Ember Valley and start exploring again, which is gonna run an ad, so I figure let the ad run and then we start marking some stuff on the new map. So while the ad is running, I'll get the map. I'll start getting the map set up because we're gonna need it. So let me get this kind of situated here so we can see everything on the map. And then I'll start grabbing screenshot. I'll grab a screenshot of this and get it set up for marking up while the ad is running. So we will be right back. Okay, let me get my picture here. We'll save this as SR2 Ember Valley map. There we go. And then I will open it with that. Make sure I've got my preferred tools set up here. Okay. Welcome back to everyone who's coming back from the ad break. I've got the picture set up here. All set to go. Start marking it up. So let's start with the obvious one. Got one right down here. Is it just me or does the game seem saturated? Like the coloration is really strange. I don't know why it's like so saturated. But oh well. It just makes it easier for me to see in the dark, I suppose. We'll be able to find these treasure pods, no problem. Now I explored over this way and I didn't see any. You know what? I'm just gonna pop through here real quick and make sure that it's not like. Might be a lighting bug because no, I think it's just the lighting in this area. Just happens to be given that kind of look right now. So let's get started here, I suppose. Got the treasure pod marked under there. That's one. Let's just start looking around, see what we can find. I know that we're going to want to go in here. Sure. Oh, there's odd onion. I'll grab that. Oil, I'll take that. Don't have very much of that in the grand scheme of things. Oh, hello, Tar. How about you go away? Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Yeah. What are you doing? Okay. There we go. did check down here. This is another one of those areas you're not supposed to go to. I've already checked down there, and there's nothing down there. Absolutely nothing. Just some geometry where you're not really supposed to be hanging out. So, no point checking down there. I've already done it. There's nothing. There's nothing for us down there. That, and that. You know what? I've got pomegranates growing on the farm. It's fine. I'll take up an extra inventory space if I don't need to. So let's see. There's no treasure pod there. So now we can go through here. Here. Doesn't seem to be anything up there. Let's head up here. Oh, there's one of the treasure pods. Okay, there we go. Shows how little I've explored this place. We've got one left. Literally only one treasure pod left in the entire game that we haven't gotten as far as early access goes. Ooh, we are approaching the end game, I suppose. So that's nifty. Well, let's head on up here. Take a look around. See if there's anything around here. There's one we already found. So we can mark that on the map. There. That's 3. Back down, and where do I want to leave? So this way? Make sure I know which way I'm going. So this is the way we came in. I want to go out the other way. We can start exploring in that direction. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Man, the crowds these days are just so many people out and about. Head out this way. And start looking around, see if we see anything. Anything out that way? Take that odd onion. Ooh, strange diamond. There's another spawn point you can find it at, I guess. Always pick those up if you can find them. They're pretty rare. Don't see anything in there. Here's one. Excuse me, sir. We have one mark here. That's 4. Okay, okay. Making progress. Let's see what else. What else can we find? I need to want to explore up over here, just in case. In case there's anything kind of lurking on the outskirts here. Don't see anything. Oh, this looks pretty clear to me. I think we're all good here. Don't see anything in these crevices at all. Radiant ore over there. Make sure there's nothing in here. Okay, let's grab the oil, and I suppose I left some oil here the last time I was around, because it's like, oh, there's oil here, but my inventory's full. Since the resources don't despawn after a set amount of time or anything, I if your inventory's full, and you feel like you can confidently come back to where you found it, you can just get the resources plucked out of the actual node itself, but just leave them on the ground and come back and pick them up later. As far as I'm aware, the resources never despawn once they're, you know, extracted from the corresponding node. So you can just leave resources like that hanging out there for as long as you want to. There's that rumbling again. Something around here is rumbling. It makes me curious, because I feel like that's something that we haven't, that maybe is not implemented in the game yet. Is meant to like draw mystery as you like explore more of what will eventually be in the game. Right around here, I walk around here, this spot on the map, there's like seismic activity. I don't know what's causing it. I haven't been able to find a source for it or anything. But let's see, that treasure pod's right there. That's 5. Because like I looked around this whole area and I didn't see anything that would seem like it would be causing, you know, tremors. So I'm not sure what's going on. But it definitely is that is like a scripted effect that happens sometimes when you come into this area. I think I've experienced it in one other location, but I cannot remember where. But I would not be surprised if it was, you know, the fact that this is Ember Valley and the fact that there is, you know, volcanic activity. Would not surprise me if it had something to do with that. Now we can go over here. We can go mark this treasure pod, because I know this one's here. Right there. That's 6 treasure pods. We can get some more oil. Head on up here. And then just double check make sure there's nothing hanging around here. Looks all clear. Up. This is a teleporter that takes us back to the Rainbow Fields. Didn't see any treasure pods down here at all. So I don't think there's any down there. I looked behind all the waterfalls in this area and I never found any treasure pods behind them. So I don't see any need to do that. I remember looking around here and being like, there are a lot of good places for them to hide a treasure pod, and none of the spots had a treasure pod in them at all. It was like baffling. It was like, oh, up there would be a great spot for a treasure pod. Oh yeah, behind the waterfall, that'd be a great spot. Or, you know, like back here. Would this not have been a fantastic place to hide a treasure pod, just right here? And just be like, yeah, it's just tucked away in the wall. You wouldn't be able to see it from pretty much any angle. I would have thought that would be a fantastic treasure pod hiding spot. But I suppose the developers did not think the same. Or perhaps they thought maybe it would have been a little too mean in a certain way, so they decided not to use it for that reason, which I can understand. But like, I didn't see any other really good treasure pod spots in this like whole area. It was really bizarre because it felt like there were several good spots. None of them were utilized. Just want to make sure that I'm not skipping over too many areas here. Okay, this all seems fine. think there's any treasure pods up here at all. Oops. So this is the area where that place where we were at. This is where it all connects, is right here. It connects up here, further up the river. So there's this like whole area down here. Doesn't have a treasure pod. Would have thought it would. But I didn't see a single treasure pod. There is sometimes oil and radiant ore down here though. So worth checking for that at least. And the other thing that makes this a really good spot to hide one is like they have the greenery here to kind of indicate, like, draw your eye and be like, huh, maybe I should look over there. I thought it would have been a perfect spot. But it just doesn't have anything. And then, like, behind the waterfall, there's just this lava pool here. With no other discernible purpose. Other than, like, hey, this is an area that exists. I've literally never seen anything in here. No resource spawns, no slime spawns, no fruits or vegetables, nothing. No treasure pods even. Like, there's just, I didn't see anything in here. There's just nothing in here as far as I can tell. Really bizarre that they just have this entire area back here. There's nothing in it. Let me line myself up here because there is. The only thing I could think is maybe it's a little bit of like a world building kind of spot. And it shows like why this area is such a hotbed of activity. It's because it has the lava down below it. It's the only thing I could think really would be purpose. Back here would have been a great treasure pod spot. Looks like you can't really see it too easily. So many treasure pod spots that could have been, but just aren't. And like even going up here, like exploring around up here, no treasure pod. I've looked this area up and down, and there's nothing. There are 0 treasure pods in this entire little oasis area, as far as I've been able to see. I looked around a bunch. It just felt so bizarre to have this entire area. It's like, you know, it's not super obvious. It's tucked out of the way. You really have to, like, make an effort to get up here. But it just doesn't have any treasure pods. It just feels so bizarre. They have slimes up there and everything. They have world resources. So it's so bizarre that they don't have anything up there. Although I suppose they make up for it somewhat by having one down here. This little spot, which I have to scroll over on my map. Draw a circle for it right here. That's 6 of them, right? Yeah, that's 6. And then to follow that up with another one being right down here. Practically right on top of it. Almost another double circle situation. That's 7. So I guess they kind of make up for the density, not having one up there, because there are 2 of them in such close proximity to each other down here. So with that, I can kind of understand why they might not have wanted to put one up there. But then, yeah, they got like, They just have another one right here. So close together. This one's right here on the map. It's 8 pods that we've marked. Go ahead and fly up for some more. See if we can find anything up here. See, there's more rumbles. Rumble grumbles. You can see the screen shaking. Can't get on top of this. So bizarre, some of the stuff. Some of the choices that were made. I'm intrigued as to why there's rumble grumbles happening around here in multiple locations. Let's see, I believe there's a treasure pod in here. Yeah, okay, there's one here. That is right there. Okay. Circle right around that. That's 9. It's 9 of them now. We start from here and we go to the tide pool area. I suppose we better get this over with. Try see if we can find any around here. Because this tide pool area is, I would say, probably one of my least explored. This is the least explored area out of all the least explored areas, I suppose. So I feel like there's a lot of potential good hiding spots for them here. Looks like I know there's one down here that I got. We can mark this one. Where is that? Right there. Mark that. That's 10. If I'm not mistaken, there's another one around here somewhere. Remember where it is. Pretty sure
There was one over here. I'm not entirely sure. But where could it possibly be? I have no idea. Where, oh where? Oh, where? I guess we'll check out over here then. Where, oh where?
Our treasure pods. Pods with treasure. Now here's one thing that was really weird for me. There were no treasure pods that I could find over here either, as far as I can remember. This area was astonishingly lacking in terms of stuff to find. It was really bizarre. Like, all of this area, all these little, like, under areas that you can get to pretty easily and are, like, intended for you to move around in. And it just felt like there was nothing here. Makes me wonder, like, are they going to... They must be planning to do something more with these ruin-type areas later. Like, later updates or something. Right now, they just feel very, like they don't have much of a point besides being a cool place to be in the world. And I have no problem with that. It just strikes me as odd. They have all of this potential area here, and it feels very underutilized, I guess. Like there are some resource spawns here and there. I don't see any treasure pods anywhere. Having this like out of the way kind of spot seemed like a great candidate for them to hide some. I haven't seen any. Like I said, as far as I can recall, I don't really see any. So I just don't know. I don't see any around here. There are a few different spots I would think would be great treasure pod hiding spots around here too. Yeah, none of them utilized. So I just kind of get the feeling that maybe they'll plan to do something with that, with those areas at a later update, perhaps. But I have no idea. Right now it just feels a little empty, which I suppose if it's like ancient ruins and stuff like that kind of makes sense. That's just kind of how it strikes me. Got that one over there. Oh. Then I think there was another treasure pod around here, I feel like. Can't remember where it was exactly. I distinctly remember there being another one though. And it's really bothering me that I can't remember where it was. Especially since this area is pretty maze-like. Very easy to get lost in here with all the different layers kind of stacking on each other. Yeah. Also was kind of surprised that there wasn't a treasure pod in this cave. But I suppose the one up here was probably good enough. Probably enough for them. But in any case, let me bring my map up again for marking up here. Mark this spot. It's 11 so far for this area that we've marked. It's pretty decent. We've got some decent coverage so far. I haven't seen any other treasure pods in this area. I've checked around here a bunch. So we've got this cave here where I know we've got a treasure pod right over here that we've found. We have this one just hanging out right here, right at the beginning of the area, right there-ish. That's 12. I know we've got some lava dust around here. I don't think there are any other treasure pods in here. Ooh, there's a strange diamond though. Take that. We'll take those for sure. That's 2 we found out here now. Pretty nifty stuff. Yeah, no lava dust in here. And we didn't collect the lava dust when we came through here before, so that shows, that's a good demonstration of how the resource spawns will occasionally shuffle, even if they haven't been collected yet. Did we collect those? Maybe we did, I can't remember actually. They do shuffle around if you don't pick them up. So, worth noting. Come back out here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're all... I think there's at least one around here that I haven't marked yet. I think over this way? There's one. Yeah, right here. Here's one. That is right here. I can mark it right there. Let's see, double checking my count. That's 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, I think. That's 14 that we've marked, so we only got 10 more to mark. Only one more that I haven't actually found before, and one of those is one I haven't found. So, out here, grab some more oil. We can do that. Alright. I'm gonna grab lava dust while I'm here. Because it's one of the ones that I've gotten the least of, resource-wise, so kind of makes sense. Excuse me. I need to go up here. I need to go up here. And then let my recharge. Up here is another treasure pod. There's one right up here. This nice little pool here. Lava pool. So that's 15 that we've marked. More lava dust. Oh yeah, we've got plenty here. I can't believe the only places that lava dust can show up are limited to this, like, this fiery area and the fiery area inside the cave. So it's pretty easy to find it. It also has, you know, pretty strong visual indicator as well. Just the visual effect of the geyser is pretty noticeable from a distance too, so it's fairly easy to find them. We looked out there, there's nothing over there. I've checked the outskirts of this area too, try and see if I could find anything, and I haven't. Nothing really out here. I'm gonna go back in so I don't accidentally fall into the ocean. These odd onions while I'm at it. Me as well. Grab some more oil. Yeah, I never found anything behind any of the lava balls either. Didn't look like there was anything behind them. So, we'll say 2 of the treasure pods are pretty easy to mark up. They're just both right here. So, that's over to the left. That's here, so we can just do... I'll just do like a double ring here. To overlap them. I don't need to be exact, I just need to know that there's 2 of them in here, generally. So what, that's 17 now? 17. 17 marked. And that's all that's in here. Let's see what else. Oh, we can grab fire slimes over here. We need 12 of those. So if we happen to come across 12 of them, that'd be great. Let's dump some resources in the refinery real quick. So we don't lose them by accident while we're out here. I need to put this guy in a different inventory slot. Hi. Could you not do that? Great. Let's see what else we know. I believe there is one somewhere close by. Can't remember exactly where. I believe there's at least one that I haven't marked yet. It's pretty close by. Right up there. Here's one. Thinking of the one I'm thinking of is more toward ground level though, so I'll have to see if I can find that one. That's just 6 more to find. Only 6 more to find. And that's it. I don't even have to mark all of them. I just need to make sure that I find the one that I haven't found yet. And like I've looked around up here and all that sort of stuff, and I never found anything up there. I think the thing I'm thinking of over here is a resource node. There's a resource node that can pop up right there. I think it's a treasure pod I'm thinking of. So let's head over here. Check, I can't remember if there's any treasure pods over here. I don't think so. Look around this way. Gonna check over in this direction. Okay, there's nothing up top here. This way mainly. Nothing on the tip of Pride Rock here or anything. We are kind of heading toward another area where it felt suspiciously empty and like, and where it's like, oh cool, there's things here. Okay, there are things here, but at the same time, there's not a lot here in the same kind of way. Packing this high gives me the squiggles. Oh, I'm sorry, bless. The height really does help though. Trying to find the treasure pods, at least some of the ones where I can see it from above. Also, welcome back. Did you have a good nap? Is that a good nap? I know sometimes there are days where it's just like, I don't choose to have a nap. I never choose to have a nap. Naps choose me. So, usually how that turns out. Let's do that. I think we're only needing 5 more. I have 5 more to mark. One of which being the one that I haven't found yet. So, right up here is the area. I'm wondering if there's a good place for me to put this. Not really a good spot. It'd be nice if there was a spot like right here where I could put a jump pad, because that's something that's new in this game. I'll have to demonstrate that actually. I haven't tried them out. I haven't tried them out for myself, but I think that's what, 4 more that we need to mark. Just double check my. Double check. Let's see. 2, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, we only have 4 more markings left. Just soft and fluffy and cold, very nice. Then I heard Jay powering up like a Super Saiyan. What happened? Jay? Jay, what are you doing? What's going on over there? We have this new gadget called the Spring Pad. Launches anything that touches it straight into the air. What better time to try it than now? And it's also something where we can pick it back up. can pick this gadget back up and put it down somewhere else. So that's really nice too. Let's try it. I haven't actually used this yet. Please tell me it's stacks. Really? What? But I was hoping for so much more. I wanted it to like... I wanted it to yeet me straight into the stratosphere. Jump pad. I was expecting some soaring antics too, but I guess they don't want people using it too exploitatively to like get extra height. I don't know. I was kind of hoping it would be a nice way of getting up to that ledge, but it's nowhere close. It's nowhere close to getting me that far up. So I have to climb up there myself. I don't know how you're supposed to get over here then. Because this seems very, like, not necessarily intended. But I don't see any other way of getting up here. No doors or anything. Do we got any chickens around here? Any chickens? We got a chicken. Still here, buddy? Feed. I don't have any more chickens. I'm sorry. Yeah, this whole area up here. It's very strange. Because it's like... It's cool. This area exists and it's all like cool. It's cool that it exists. But it's like, what else is up here? Because I don't really see anything else up here. It's just like, it's just a place to be, I guess. No real specific reason to get up here. No real clear way to get up here besides going into areas that don't seem like they were 100% intentional. The fact that there's like slimes and food sources and like the radiant ore here. This feels like a pretty intentional place to be. So how did they expect people to get up here then? Because the only way I think maybe is you go from down there up this little ledge staircase of sorts. Maybe that would be the way they would expect you to go around, but I don't know. Weird. Very, very strange. And no treasure pods. I thought this area being kind of like out of the way and, you know, sneakily hidden and that sort of thing. I've looked around and I haven't noticed any treasure pods. So I don't know what being up here really does for me other than giving me access to a few more resources. So we've got 3 more markings that I need to, or 4 more markings, right? 4 more markings, one of which is the pod that I haven't found before. So let me take a look at my map over here and see if I can find any good spots that don't have a high density of circles. Well, there's the ancient ruins area, but we already searched that pretty thoroughly and I couldn't find anything there. There's this ancient ruins area that we were just in, also couldn't find anything. The only other place that's really kind of devoid of markings is this whole valley area here, or the middle. I guess we could go over that way and see if there's anything over there. We have the pod that's right below us right now, over there. Let's see if we can find anything. Ooh. The visual effects are getting a little bit... Whoa, did you see that resource despawn in front of my eyes? Okay, here's a marking. Here's another place we can mark. That visual effect was a little bit on my brain though. It's like Beatrix had vertigo or something. I think it's supposed to be like heat effects from the lava, but ooh. Or I guess in this case it would be the magma. But I think that just leaves 3 other markings then. Where else? Where else could there be treasure pods? No, I'll save the map for now. What else could they be? I think there's a few different areas that just have a stunning lack of circles. I don't know. I really want to find them all though. I don't want to just leave this one last thing for, you know, next week and then just have it be like a really quick thing. And then it's like, oh, well, we kind of just have to switch on to something else. I'd rather just have it be, like, clean finish. But I don't know how much longer I want to be looking around, too. Let me at least check the areas, again, that don't have very high circle density on my marked up map. Just try to get some idea of whether we're gonna see anything or not. Also only got 1 extra fire slime. So seeing as it's only the extra 1, I might just end up putting him in the same incinerator as the other ones, as the other 4 that I have. Yeah, this looks like a pretty intentional path from down here. So let me see. If we're right here. So yeah, like this whole area where there's a lot of rocky cliffs and stuff does not have any circular markings on it, like at all. So we're gonna have to see about that. I think there's some risers in here that I can use to get back up higher. Up here, maybe. Yep. Okay. Here, and just start going around this way. Move the map up. There are a lot of places that they could just have treasure pods kind of like sneakily hidden. I'm not sure how far up the cliffs they would consider to be, you know, intentionally accessible. Because this is all definitely accessible, for sure. But how far up would they expect most people to go? It's mainly toward where I'm facing right now that doesn't have a lot of circles in it. Oil there. I want to get over here. Not worried about resources at this point. I'm just trying to find this. There's 1 treasure pod. There's 1 treasure pod that we have not found in the entirety of early access at this point. It's in the Ember Valley. Somewhere. Just somewhere. So that's always fun. It's like, would they expect me to be up this high? Would they expect me to be looking around all the way up here? I just don't know. I feel like this is too far outside of the expected play area to really be what they would have intended for people to go exploring into. Now that I have this jetpack, I have the my energy and my jetpack efficiency maxed out, I think I can actually get over there now. We can always bail out to the side if we think we're not gonna make it, but look at that. Plenty of energy. Get over here. This is the whole like pillar, part of the archway. I haven't gotten a good chance to kind of look around it. It doesn't look like there's anything down there, as far as I can tell. Where else is there any? Because not finding any treasure pods over in this entire ancient ruins kind of area feels really suspicious to me. That feels really weird that there wouldn't be something there. Especially with that entire area being kind of separate from any other circles. That other ancient ruins type area that we were in before, at least that one was like, there were circles pretty close by, so it kind of made sense that maybe there wouldn't have a treasure pod up there because it's too close to other ones. But at the same time, there's really nothing there. That just doesn't seem like there would be absolutely nothing in that entire ancient ruins kind of area. So that's one of the places I'm gonna revisit here, because it just feels too suspicious. The other problem is my ranch is probably in need of some serious upkeep by now. So just knowing I'm gonna have to go back and fix some things up, that's also tough too. I definitely don't want to I don't want to have to do that right now, because I can do that any other time. I guess since that's just sitting on the ground, I better pick it up. There's just way too many places that this treasure pod could be. And I still have a few other ones that I have found that are unaccounted for. My marking system. So I'm gonna check this area again. I'm just going to give every single little bit of this a fly around. Just see if I can see anything remotely treasure pod related. I don't see anything down there. Some areas in here that seemed like they would be good candidates. Just looking around, I don't see anything. So there's nothing here. There's nothing up there. I've looked up there so many times. There's nothing here. I've looked there so many times. Nothing on the in-between here. Don't think they would hide anything like way up in this little crevice here. No, it doesn't look like an intended spot to be. Boy, like, where else can I look that I haven't already looked? Nothing up there. The only other possible spot I could even remotely think to look. Looked up there. Is maybe doing a fly under of that bridge leading from here over to there. Maybe there would be something like down here. See anything over there? See anything down there? There's nothing over here as far as I can see. Need to let my energy recharge. And glide again. Yeah, I don't see anything out there. Tough crowd. Tough customers here for sure. Like, where is this treasure pod? I've looked all over these darn ruins. They just are not here. Like, I didn't find a single treasure pod out here at all. Like, not even one that I had already found before or anything, just nothing. This entire ancient ruins area is just one big dead zone for treasure pods. And it sticks out like a sore thumb on the map, too. Just have this entire area not have a single treasure pod in it at all. So bizarre. Not sure what to make of it. Where else can we possibly look? The only other place that really looks like entirely devoid of circles is this little oasis area, which also seems very strangely devoid of any sort of treasure pods. Despite it's the same story as that area up there, where it's like there's slimes, there's resources, but just no treasure pod at all. And it's so weird. I marked this one on the map already, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've already got that one marked. That's not even one of the ones with missing marking. Ah, here's the one I was thinking of that had a missing marking. Okay. We can mark this one. It should just leave two markings left. One that we have found before, and one that we have not. I am gonna double check my count just to make sure. Make sure that's actually the case though. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 2. Yeah, there should just be the two more, I'm pretty sure. Yep, just two more. Two more markings. One marking for a treasure pod that I've seen before, and one marking for a treasure pod that I have not seen before. It's all that's left for the Ember Valley. So we've really narrowed down, like, we've gotten more precise with this one than we had with Starlight Strand. With Starlight Strand, I ended up accidentally finding the last treasure pod before we had even done. I think we're still missing like 3 markings of treasure pods we've found already. And then in this area, we found one of the 2 treasure pods pretty quickly. Like total accident. Just hadn't looked carefully enough in one of the less explored areas. That doesn't seem to be the case for this second one. Second one really kind of putting me out here. Where could it be? So that's radiant ore. That's the other thing too, is when you're out here looking for treasure pods, the radiant ore can be kind of a troll. Mark that one. So we'll grab water and oil on here. Spot for the oil. Yeah, no treasure pod in this whole area. Which, you know, fair enough. There's already the 2 treasure pods pretty much right outside. There's like 3 other treasure pods just in this little area alone, so I'll blame them for not having one in here. Would have been a little bit too tightly packed, I would think. So I'm gonna head back over this direction, and I guess we'll go check that oasis area one more time. You fly over here. Is this one? Oh, I haven't marked this one. This one has not been marked. So now we've marked every single treasure pod on this map, except for the one that I haven't found yet. Alright, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There is literally 1 treasure pod left that unaccounted for in this entire Ember Valley map. Where the heck is it? The only question left is, where is the last treasure pod in the entire early access content? 1 left. 1 more. 1 more treasure pod and that's it. Where could it possibly be? Mystery for the ages. Where is the final treasure pod? There's only 1 left. Only 1 left. Where is it? Also, I would like to leave this little crevasse, please. Thank you. That one I've already marked. Yeah, if we see any treasure pods that are already opened, we've marked it. It's just as plain and simple. Okay. This whole oasis area, I've searched this place so many different times. I have not seen a treasure pod around here at all. But it's so suspiciously, like, aired that you would think there would be one out here, like on that outcropping, or around the corner here, or just like something. Somewhere there would be a treasure pod. They're just, I'm not seeing a single thing. Not seeing a single thing around here. I haven't seen one like in the water or anything. Kind of hard to check in the water. I feel like if it were around, then it would be, you know, like maybe slightly visible. But just like there's, I'm not running into anything down here that isn't the slime. There's nothing up here. This would have been a great spot to have a treasure pod. It's just not there. Where did they put this treasure pod? Where is it? Where are you, treasure pod? Because I think once you get up here, you're starting to leave the intended area. And it's like, well, There's nothing to really see up here. But unless I could possibly get up there. But I don't see any like any way that's built for you to really intentionally get up there. Hold on a second. Hold on. We're gonna get some height on the situation. I need to be able to see from a higher vantage point. Take a look out here. Can I get up here? Maybe. I'm gonna just try to eke out every little natural height advantage I can here. Just work my way up. I don't see a treasure pod up here, but I didn't really expect one. Just want to be able to see farther. I'm pretty sure that the treasure pods do get unrendered at a certain distance away, so you can't see them from like across the map or something. I just wanted to really like take a look around here. Anywhere on this structure that I could like land. Oh, maybe there would have been something. I highly doubt that they would have put anything up there. That seems way out of the way. That is like incredibly far out of the way of the normal exploration. I can't imagine that they would have put anything up there. I see it, I know it's there, I know it's probably accessible, so I feel compelled to try. There's something around the other side. If I spend less time dawdling around here and just work my way straight across to the other side, I can probably make it to that ledge. See if I can do it. Right here. Imagine if the treasure pod was just right there the whole time. Like how crazy would that have been? Yeah, right up here. We can actually get up here. Dude, we can actually get up to these places. That is some crazy design. We can actually get up here. That's pretty crazy. We can do that. I'm pretty sure it's kind of hard to see it, but judging by the direction that we're facing, I think that little extra bit of glow right around the middle there, I think that's the starlight strand. I think we can still see it from here. Jeez, where could this treasure pod be though? I'm gonna land right here. Take another look at my map and see if there's any other suspiciously low density areas. Like mainly just like right in front of me. That's about it. Like this is the only area that seems somewhat barren of treasure pod sightings. This is definitely like above and outside of the expected play area. That's radiant ore down there. Can't fool me. I know that's radiant ore. I can tell. I can see the rock formation from here. Not going all the way down there just to find out that's radiant ore and then getting trolled again. I want to take a fly around over here. There is a treasure pod that we found up here on this little spot right around there. The only other nearby treasure pods are this one and then one like in the cave. So that still leaves a lot of this area open to the possibility of having a treasure pod in the vicinity. I just don't know where else to look. We haven't already, like, searched pretty darn well. So I'll loop back over to here. There's one right below us right there. And then there's one over in that direction right here. There's just this big dead zone right here, but it makes sense considering that that's like all cliffs that you're not really supposed to be up on too much. If at all. Because I guess we can get up here, but we're not really supposed to be up here, considering that there's an area down there that we could very likely get stuck in. So let's not go down there. I'd rather not find out if you get stuck in there or not. Like, where else is there like a low treasure pod density on this map? We're right there. And the only other kind of dead zone is like this central cliffs area here, kind of extending out to here. It's the only other place that really seems a little sparse on treasure pod sighting. So that's radiant ore. You can't fool me. I know radiant ore when I see it. Not getting fooled by it. Truly radiant ore is the fool's gold of this game. Let's see. Yeah, we're in the area where there hasn't been much in the way of treasure pods. So I just kind of take a look around here. Just see if there's anything. I feel like this is above where you would normally be expected to exist. I'm curious if there are any like tucked away areas like the oasis. Sit that here a little bit. See anything? Don't see anything out there. This is like that cliffs area by the tide pool. Yeah, there's that ancient ruins area. Doesn't really do a whole lot for us. Yeah, a lot of the area that's like a dead zone here is just places where there's a lot of cliffs. A lot of cliffs that they wouldn't really expect people to be exploring. I don't know. Not really seeing any obvious spots. This treasure pod. And it's the last one. So I really feel like I shouldn't look it up or anything. Like, I don't want to spoil the final surprise that early access has for me. Man, I've been away from the ranch for like 3 in-game days at this point. It's gonna be chaos when I head back. Oof, man. I don't like the idea of putting this to next week, but I might have to because I need to like stand up and be away from the computer for a little bit and like get something to eat and that sort of thing. It's just so unfortunate that we just got one more. We just have no idea where it could be. There's that one there we already marked. Where this last one is a total mystery to me. Marked every other treasure pod in the entire Ember Valley. So there really shouldn't be very many secrets left. Where else could this possibly be? I just really don't see any other places this treasure pod could be. That one. Maybe there's something along the ceiling here? A little alcove somewhere? I can land here. Not really supposed to be here, but I can land here, I suppose. It just is like nothing else. It's a lava pool up there. I'm compelled to check just to make sure it's only a lava pool. There's nothing else up there. Nothing up there. Nothing else around here. Just radiant ore. Cool, good for it. Nothing down there. Nothing back here. Would have thought maybe they would hide one back here. But nope. They did no such thing. What else could this treasure pod possibly be? Not back there. Or on the map right now, I'm right there. I'm pretty close to another treasure pod's location. The only thing I could think is that they're like deviously stacked on one another again. There were a couple of places in the Starlight Strand where the treasure pods on the map, like map-wise, were not very far from each other, but vertically speaking, they were in relatively disparate locations. Just have no idea. Where else could they possibly be? So strange. Like, I can't possibly fathom where else to even look. Only other, like, I've already looked over in these places too. It's like I've gone along this entire coastline sort of area, and I've looked along here, and I never saw anything. Like there's area over here. I went down here and I never saw anything over here. Been up here, there's nothing up here. Just more resources down there. And there's a treasure pod over there that we got already. And then we're back at the other problem where I think I'm too far up for them to really be like, yeah, we'll put a treasure pod up here. Wouldn't put a treasure pod up this far outside of the standard area. Where else is there to look? Ugh. Then down there. And over there. We've got a marking right there for another, that treasure pod over there. There's no treasure pod down here. Man. One last treasure pod. That's all we have is one more. It feels so tantalizingly close. But I don't want to look it up at all. I don't want to spoil it. I really feel like that really ruins the whole point of having found every other treasure pod myself. Not having looked any up to this point or having gotten any help on it. Where could this final treasure pod be? I know we had two of them here that are like really close to each other. This is one of those spots where it's like, there's one there and also down there. So I don't think there would be any other ones super close to here. No, bless, I'm in the same boat, just like screaming to the heavens like, gods of slime, why? Why do you forsake me in my time of need? It's so close to, like, the game just doesn't want to let me go. It knows that there's nothing else for me to find. So it's like, we're gonna make this one. This is gonna be the one to find. It just knows. What else is there to look? Like, it's gotta be just tucked away in some little crevice that I haven't peeked into yet. I feel like it's gotta be something that I'm just barely overlooking. So strange. Cause like here, let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Let me go over here. Let me go to game capture. Like I'll show you the map. And I'll show you the map. If the populates properly. Doesn't seem like it's popping up the window. Interesting. Okay, well, here's what I'll do. I have the image saved. I'll just pull up the image then. Just remove this source and we'll do it this way instead. Let me make sure the image is saved so that it's up to date. Because this is ridiculous. Where could it be? let me go to my pictures here. Go scroll down to the map. Bring it down here. I'll just have it like, you know what? I'll just overlay it on the game. You know what? We'll just have it take up about the same space as the game. Let me just copy and paste the transform on it. I'll just do this temporarily because I cannot believe how ridiculously close we are to having this be finished. Okay, so here's, so this is the game, right? This is the game. It's the game as it is right now. Here's the map. All those yellow circles are places where we've found treasure pods. We have 23 circles. Ignore the 22 out of 24. We have 23 pods. We have 23 circles all here. We triangulate the distance between each eastern pod and then line them up to the lunar cycles of the sun. Yeah, that sounds about right. But here's what we've got. This is what I'm working with. So, where else can we go? Knowing full well that there could just be another treasure pod insanely close to one of the other ones in terms of like two-dimensional map-wise, but spatially they could be, you know, very vertically different in location. Where else could we possibly go that we haven't already gone? It is so tantalizingly close. And it does feel like, yeah, like you're saying, you'll end up closing the game and then immediately find it the next time you play. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that it's just gonna be like, all right, Slime Rancher 2, we're in it for the long haul. We're gonna explore every single inch of this place, top to bottom, no questions asked. And then like 5-10 minutes in, we're just gonna find it in a spot that was relatively obvious, but I just somehow managed to overlook on all of my previous searches. But it's like, where else could we possibly look that we haven't already? I'm gonna double check over here just to make sure there's nothing over here, because this seems very suspiciously underutilized, I guess. Take a look around here. I don't see anything here. I feel pretty confident that there's nothing here. I need to get my back. Yeah, I feel pretty confident that there's nothing here. It just does not seem like there is anything else there. Where else could we check that we haven't already? Because I've been down there. That one. Is there anything? Still have your beautiful map up. Fair enough. Like, that's all that's really here. Like, I'm not finding anything else. I can't find anything else. I think I might just have to leave this as unintentional suspense for another day. For next week, because I think we're just gonna have to turn this place upside down. Stop with the rumblies. I know you're just, the game's as upset as I am that I have to leave this here. But it's been 5 hours. Been almost 5 hours. And we found 3 treasure pods and did a lot of ranch upkeep. So I think I'm just gonna have to, like, next week we're just gonna have to overturn this entire area and just look in every single possible spot. Leave no slime unturned. And I will deal with all of this absolute chaos. Whatever's going on in here. Port collector's completely full. Auto feeders are probably relatively empty. I will deal with all of that in between streams. We'll come back next week and try to find this last treasure pod. One left. One left. All we have is one more. But that's gonna wait for next week, and we'll see how long that takes to find the final treasure pod. Because that's all we have left here. We found every other treasure pod in the entirety of early access. Starlight Strand is completely cleared out. Rainbow Fields is completely cleared out. There are none to find on the ranch. It doesn't have a tracker, so there's nothing to find there. Ember Valley is 23 out of 24. Oh my god. But we will see how it goes next week. And in between now and next week, I'll get this chaos sorted out. Just make sure everything on the ranch, probably not a huge deal. I see a roostro hanging out over there. He's not supposed to be over there. I think it'll be fine. I think everything on the ranch, I have it pretty well sorted so I can be away for a while, and it just means I have to kind of, you know, catch up on things. It should be okay. We'll be fine for next week. That shouldn't be a problem. But before next week's Slime Rancher 2 stream, we will have another spooky stream Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Central. I don't know if we're going to be doing Phasmophobia again or if we're going to be playing a different game. So that's still up to decision and input from you guys as well, depending on where we want to go with it. I do have other options that we can entertain. But if we do end up doing Phasmophobia again, I'll bring up the volume again, because I was listening back to the VOD, and boy, I really kind of neutered the spookiness of it by having the volume down too low. So I'll probably do some more sound testing with that if we decide we want to do Phasmophobia again on Tuesday night. But I will have to see. We'll have to see how that pans out. I don't know for sure what we're gonna be playing on Tuesday, but we will be doing a spooky stream on Tuesday. Phasmophobia, if nothing else. So yeah, I will be putting any updates about that, or if you want to let me know if you have any thoughts on what we play Tuesday night. You can always I'll put updates for it and stuff up on Twitter. Put any stream related updates and other stuff there. You could hear the ghosts near, far, away. That's good. Like at least you guys could hear that. And I don't think we got airballed very much. Like anytime that it made those like spooky whisper sounds, it wasn't like very close to me, so it wasn't super loud. So anyway, I will probably do some more sound balancing though if we end up doing Phasmophobia, because I feel like it could stand to be a little louder to kind of balance out with where my audio was at for like my mic and all that. But there's that, and I also put archives. I put the archives of the streams up on YouTube as well. So if you ever miss anything from one of the streams, I am now making a regular thing of putting the archives up on YouTube. Very lightly edited, basically just cutting out any of the beginning stuff up until, you know, the game itself actually starts. So that it's not just a bunch of, you know, the dead space where I'm just like getting things set up or just chilling with music and different stuff like that. Up until the ends of the streams. I do also post some other stuff on there, occasional memes and other content, music stuff. So yeah, we've got that, and I don't think there's anything else. So if anyone has any suggestions for some, like, some, you know, relatively family-friendly spooky games, not looking for anything too explicitly gory or anything like that. Like, Phasmophobia is a pretty good mixture of, it's a pretty good amount of campiness to it, that it's not too intense, if you know what I mean. So like something of that kind of caliber. I am entertaining the idea of doing Dead by Daylight, just because it's also, you know, it's somewhat gamey in its presentation to a certain extent, especially depending on which role you play. Playing a survivor is generally scarier than playing as killer in terms of like traditional scares. Game balance scares, that's a whole other type of scary that I'm not going to get into, but yeah, just some different stuff like that. If anyone has any suggestions, definitely let me know on Twitter for sure. I'm always trying to keep up with anything that people suggest there. I also do have a suggestion box down in the About section. I know that's not super easy to find on Twitch just because of how they have things set up, but in the little About section with the panels all like down below the stream, I have a suggestion box down there too that's always open. So I think that's it for me. Just one last thing I want to check real quick. Yeah, I think that's it for me for today. So was not expecting to run an extra hour beyond my usual time, but I think that'll be where we call it. So Tuesday we'll have our spooky stream in the evening at 7 p.m. Central Time. And then next Saturday we will be back with more treasure hunting. We're gonna try to find this last treasure pod in the Ember Valley, whatever it takes. If it takes all 4 hours to find it, then we will find it. That's going to be what it is. So either we find it relatively expediently and it's a nice little jaunt into the Ember Valley one last time before we go into Slime Rancher 1, which has more things we haven't covered yet in our most recent revisitation, or it will be a demonstration of a man's spiral into insanity. Either way, should be a fun time. So thank you all so much for being here and hanging out. Appreciate you all being here. Slime Rancher 2 is not done yet. It has decreed. There is more to see. But until the next stream, take care everyone.